pain, like arthritis,
Yeah,
chronic?
different types of pain. You know, in the old class, like that's one of those classes that I keep cutting down because there was so much information. And so we're gonna break it down to just four types of pain, where there's actually about 9 or 10 different types of pain, but the most common would be degenerative conditions, and then nociceptive pain, which is dull, achy pain, and then nerve pain, which is sharp, stabbing, tickling, tingling, prickling, you know, radiating pain. And then we're going to do psychogenic pain, which is pain that's exaggerated by, you know, states of stress or, you know, upset feelings, things like that. And so there's a couple other types of pain that I'll probably fold under a couple of those, but we'll go and we'll talk about each type of pain, because each type of pain has a different way of treating it, and there are side effects to each type of pain that needs to be addressed. You know, like sharp pain causes spasms in the bronchioles, where the dull, achy pain is mostly stagnant lymphatic movement, you know, stagnant lymphatic movement in a particular area. So trying to treat those the same, it's, you know, it's not as effective. So most times people will use things like menthol to treat pain syndromes. And all menthol does is block the mind's ability to perceive the pain, but the underlying condition is there. Arthritis being a perfect example, is arthritis usually starts as compromise in a joint, usually a spasm around a joint. And when that spasm happens, blood flow and lymph flow begins to diminish, but then the cartilage, which is the pad in between the two bones, you know, the joint, the cartilage becomes dehydrated within just a few hours of a spasm in a joint. And so, you know, if I was to pinch my finger like this, in 2 hours, the joint above it would actually become pre-arthritic. And so we also look at different kinds of spasms and how to treat them, you know, because not all spasms are the same. There's spasms, there's contractures, there's splinting, you know, there's trigger points. And so they usually go hand in hand with a particular type of pain syndrome. And so basically the pain syndromes will have like 3 or 4 things that you can do to help alleviate that. And in the old days when I would teach this class, I would just go through all the different types of pain, and we would talk about techniques and everything. And this time we're going to break it down to the 4 just really super common ones, and then talk about the techniques, but also then within those 4, talk about variations within each one to treat the different conditions. You know, so arthritis being one of them. Because arthritis, you know, osteoarthritis, for example, is just wearing down of joint, weight-bearing joints. So it's usually the knee, it's usually the hip, or it can be in the spine. It usually doesn't happen in the limbs too much. I mean, it can, but it usually doesn't happen that way. The place you might see it in the limbs is sometimes in the thumb joint. And then you take something like rheumatoid arthritis. Rheumatoid arthritis is different. That's the one where the hands start to become gnarled a little bit. And that's actually an autoimmune disorder. And so even within each pain syndrome, there are some variations that you would go through and treat a bit differently. And so we're going to talk about the different pain syndromes and how to treat each type of pain syndrome.
Are you gonna do, you know, kind of like what we've been doing over the weekend, where there are different patterns for treating?
Yeah, different patterns, and some of that will be also different ways of applying the oils topically. You know, some of it is going to be topical application, and so in that particular class, we do a lot of like like layered approaches where we might put something on neat and we might make a liniment and then we might make an ointment and then you could put them on in different layers because they absorb at different rates. And so you can treat several things at once, but not mixing everything together. You know, you're kind of using the carrier oil or the lack of carrier oil as a time released mechanism to kind of time how you're treating it. So you could do it throughout the day or you could do it in one sitting. Like we have a treatment for plantar myofasciitis that you do a neat application, you do a liniment, you do an ointment, and you do it all kind of in one like sitting, you know, like in about 10 minutes. And then you can breathe in oil. And we explain like why the plantar myofasciitis happens and how to treat it. And we've had several situations where a person was getting ready to have surgery and just actually a single treatment or two and basically reverse the condition.
Great, thank you.
Yeah. The original class that I taught for pain, the booklet was over 200 pages. So I keep cutting it down so that it becomes easy to use. And so this next version is going to be very user friendly. You know, you're not going to have to look things up. Everything's just going to be bam, it's there, and some conditions that fall under that type of pain.
Hi, Greg.
Hey.
Hello. First of all, I want to say thank you for the session yesterday. I think I still not grounded 100%.
Yeah.
It's been wonderful.
Good.
I had incredible dreams. I felt that I didn't want to wake up this morning. It's been so good. And I'm like laughing nonstop. So my daughters think that's pretty funny. But I have a question for you. So I'm originally from Brazil. And one of the things that my grandma used to do before we go like into meditation, she used to mix acacia with rue as a way of taking before the meditation. Do you have any blend that's similar to that? Because it really takes you really deep into meditation.
You're using acacia wood and rue? Is that what it was?
Yes, correct. Yes, yeah. She was. I mean, this was back in Brazil.
Yeah, I could make that. I have acacia that I can mix with rue. The issue with the acacia is there's not very much of it floating around, and there was a distiller that was making it, and last word I heard from him is he was probably going to go out of business. So I bought up a bunch of acacia, but I mean like 4 or 5 ounces or something because it's pricey. But I can make some, sure.
Okay, perfect.
I mean, I don't know what combination. I can just try to measure up what combination would work. But yeah, acacia is really potent. I mean, it's the oil is really super strong, and so yeah, acacia is what they made the covenant out of the ark is partially made out of acacia.
Okay, perfect. Oh, I definitely. I'll send you and Sam an email about it because I would love to have it. It's at least it was very powerful. I don't know if you have tried before.
Yeah, acacia just by itself, even it's just boy, it's pretty potent.
Yeah, when you mix with rue, it's really like it takes you to the next level. So you have to be like a lot of time for the meditation. That's not going to be a short one.
Okay, that's good to know. I never would have thought of mixing those two together, but it makes sense. I mean, they do some things in the same arena, so I could see why that you guys would mix those two together. Yeah.
Yes, they say that, at least in Brazil, they say that the experience is not as potent, but is similar to the master plant, which they call the ayahuasca. But it's not as potent and powerful, but it does connect you with your higher soul.
Right.
Yeah, that's what it does. So
yeah, acacia definitely does that. Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. I'll connect with you and Sam, and I really appreciate you helping me.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Greg,
Okay.
this is Tracy again. You had told me before about CBD oil that it tends to scatter the energy.
That's what they use it for in Chinese medicine. You know, like mugwort opens up like the channels, but like CBD like scatters stagnant energy in a particular area.
So if
Yeah.
you're going to use that like in a facial blend or a skin blend, where would that be? Would it be okay to put it on like skin cancer? Would the scattering be a negative thing?
I haven't seen CBD work good topically on skin cancer. The one that is actually a real marijuana, you know, the balm,
Uh-huh.
is what has actually reversed some types of skin cancers. I haven't seen CBD do it.
So it'd have to be like the full, like.
It has to be it with THC.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and to take it a step further, I've had several clients use it, and trying to remember the name of it. It's like Rick Mueller oil or something. Some guy like does this thing where he boils it down to make like this like kind of thick syrup or something, and it's real super potent, and then they apply it topically to the skin growths, and it does work for that. In the essential oil world, the thing that I've seen also knock out skin cancers is put orange oil on a Q-tip and then rub it all over the skin cancer. And I've made several go away that way. I've made some haven't, you know what I mean? It's not a for sure thing, but I've made several skin cancers go away that way.
Okay. You don't think it would be a detrimental thing to use the CBD on the?
Probably not. Like probably not. But I mean, there's not enough data in front of me for me to say definitively. I mean, it's just a variation of the, you know, the other kind of cannabis oil, and so I would say probably not. But
Don't hold to it.
yeah. Do you have a skin cancer? Somebody you know?
No, I was just thinking, like I've made some to like put on blemishes and stuff, and it clears it up really well.
Does it really? I didn't know that.
Well, but I use like orange, and like I use some carrot and blended together.
Right.
So I don't know how much
Yeah.
of it is the CBD, but I just was thinking about that. I'm like, oh, I wonder if, you know.
Yeah. When you say blemish, you're talking about acne, or you're talking about like a liver spot?
It's kind of more acne, but you know, like maybe it's not really liver spots, but you know, you get older and you get like skin
Right.
is not exactly the way it used to be. So
Right. Yeah. I mean, parsley is always really good for that. Seaweed is really super good for the skin. I don't have seaweed on the site, but I have seaweed, and so like I take seaweed baths sometimes. I mean, it stinks. It smells like seaweed. You know, it's an extract. It's an absolute of seaweed, so it's real dark and thick, and it smells like the ocean when, you know, you walk on the beach and there's a ton of seaweed on the beach. But parsley is more easily tolerated. Carrot is good. A lemon can actually be good for the skin too. But I mean, you can just kind of play around and see what works. I mean, cistus and helichrysum are always good. Myrtle is always good. So those three get used in cosmetics a lot.
Thanks, Greg.
Yeah.
All right, I don't know if you want to get started. We have 3 people with their hands raised.
Okay, we'll take a couple more questions and then we'll get started.
All right, Balaji, Megan, then Lucinda, and then we're gonna get going.
Great. Okay. Thank you so much. Greg, quick question from yesterday. So you mentioned about the 3 permanent seeds and how life experiences are like stored in these seeds. And then when the end comes, the higher soul absorbs the light and whatever like tendencies are sent back to be re-experienced, right? So I was just wondering, as part of like the practices we do, right? Is there a way to like clean up these tendencies on a sort of a regular basis?
Yeah, like anytime you're starting to clean up your thoughts and then the behaviors, you're breaking the patterns in the seeds.
Okay, great. Okay.
Yeah, there's not a way to like clean the seeds, but you can, basically through your actions, your choices, the thought processes. That's what you're doing. I mean, all the classes are to try to break the patterns that are in the seeds.
So basically, these tendencies which you mentioned are stored, I guess, based bottom line from our actions, right? Right. Okay.
It's what people would call karma. Like,
all right. Okay. Got it. Okay.
Yeah. It's like you come in and you kind of pick up where you left off. You might be in a different body, you might be in different situations, but your struggles now are based on struggles you've had in the past.
Great. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Greg.
At least that's my understanding from the teachers.
Right. Thank you.
Megan?
Hi there. Hey,
Hey.
quick question about the 2 breath cycles that we utilized yesterday. If I'm correct, Yogananda and turtle breath. But I seem
yeah,
to get
yeah,
them
yeah.
mixed. I seem to get them mixed up and don't know when to use one versus the other. And I'm wondering if
The one where you're holding your breath is for materialization. The one where you're smooth going, inhaling all the way up and then exhaling all the way down, that's for like meditation and psychological healing.
the second one that you mentioned is the turtle breath.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
They're just variations of the same thing. And they're doing something, I mean, very, very similar. It's just when you do the materialization breath, because of the holding of the breath, you're able to energize a thought form to a much higher degree. So even if you got them mixed up, it would still be okay. But to be clear, the materialization breath is for, manifesting goals. And then the other one is for meditation. And if you're doing like some sort of psychological healing or stress management, something like that.
Thank you very much.
You're so welcome.
Cindy?
Hey, Cindy.
Hi, Greg. Sam. I was wondering if you knew anything about dissecting cellulitis, since we started talking about skin. I've been working with a neighbor and creating a seaweed balm for him, but he's got a lot of other things going on, and it's extremely painful.
Yeah, cellulitis is actually, on a break, let me look it up in my notes. I want to say something like lemon, like even lemongrass. Let me look it up and see. It's been a while since I've treated it. It is very, very painful. You can get actually kind of decent results with it. The seaweed carrier is probably a very good choice there. And let me get you a little bit of a formula, or at least some oils to work with that you can kind of customize a blend for him.
Yeah, they say it stems from the gut.
Uh-huh.
So that's an aspect I don't know how to address.
Yeah.
So.
It's in his legs, or it's in his legs?
No, it's on his scalp.
On his scalp. Oh wow.
Yes. And
wow.
But he has a lot of other things going on. But as long as, if I can help him with one thing, I know
Okay.
you-
Yeah, yeah. I'll look that up and we'll see what we can do for that.
thank you.
Hey, Greg.
Hey,
Hey, good morning.
how are you?
Actually, good afternoon here, but probably morning there.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I just wanted to say I'm really kind of glad that you were doing we did the materialization protocols yesterday. It really feels like it's something that is up my alley for getting going on, things that I need to do with my life. And I was actually hoping that you would recommend that for me for one of the protocols when you were recommending, specific protocols. I'm doing it regardless. But you at one point in the past you included when our head is raised up, I think you included, you say focus on the crown. Do you remember?
No,
that?
the ajna, the ajna.
Ajna.
Yeah.
You didn't say the crown and go and keep on going?
For the materialization breath, I don't think so. It might have been the turtle breath, but that might have been something else.
Okay.
But to make that stronger, you put your awareness between the eyebrows.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because you're trying to generate energy of thought. It might have been, I mean, the only way I could think of if I did something like that is we were doing some sort of purification of some sort.
Oh, okay.
That's possible.
Okay, but regardless, if we focus on the ajna when our head goes up, it enhances.
When it's up, right before you exhale.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, we're going to cover that next week in Sarasota when we're there with Higher Creativity.
Oh, good.
Yeah, that's part of the class.
All right.
I mean, it's in about five classes actually. So there's variations. They each do something a little bit different, or the prep work, I should say, is a little bit different. The technique itself is relatively the same, but the prep work is different.
Yeah, I was also glad that you, in the prep work yesterday, that you included abandonment, because that's like another issue.
Yeah, that's a big one for people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
for everybody. Yeah.
Yeah, and you kind of expanded the perspective of what actually abandonment really is for us. It was really kind of wonderful. It's not just like a childhood.
No,
trauma thing.
it happens in the corporate world all the time.
Yeah.
All the time.
Yeah.
Like, corporate world, even marketing tries to push buttons along those lines. You know what I mean? It's a very powerful response. And in nature, it was so much easier to survive in a group than it was on your own. And so, it's very much tied to survival mechanisms. And so it's really easily to get triggered, but now the environment is very different than the way that it used to be, because we have society. And so even though the environment has changed, that primal kind of programming, so to speak, is still there and very, very well alive, And so you still have to temper it even more so. In nature, it probably kept you alive longer, but now not so much. It just causes you to be, in pain.
Yeah.
Okay. I know, Chris, your hand is up. We'll get back to it. I know you guys typed in a lot of questions, but we should get going.
Yeah, we should get
on
going.
the weekend here.
Okay, so we are going to, let's see here. Let's have you pull out your hyssop. Okay, just close your eyes. think of a couple of the goals that you thought about yesterday just to check in with them. We're not going to do work with them specifically right now, but just check in with them. Okay, now just let them go, and we're just going to go through and we're going to do this process, and we'll check in with them again at the end. So with your hyssop, begin inhaling. Your awareness is on your brain, the right side, the left side of your brain. Keep inhaling on your brain. Move your awareness to your lungs. Okay, your liver, the right hand side below the ribs. Try like some spine. Move your awareness a little bit more to the midline, not quite to the center, still below the ribs. Keep your awareness there. Long, slow, deep breaths. down to the kidneys. Over to the spleen on the left-hand side below the ribs. Excuse me. Down to your navel. An inch and a half below your navel. On the bottom of your tailbone. Okay, just be still. Okay, we're going to use the same oil again. Again, your awareness is on your brain. ever just not do it because part of what we're doing is we're unwinding something. So I just say have her sit down. Pick up on the next one. You know, anything else that we do it with, we'll still do the same. Okay, your awareness is on your brain. Now put it on your crown, the top of your head. Move your awareness to your forehead, where the hairline is. Between the eyebrows. And the back head, so opposite the eyebrows on the back side. Your awareness is on the lungs. Ask them to calm down. Go to the back heart, the area between your shoulder blades. Go down to the liver on the right hand side below the ribs. Move your awareness a little bit more to the midline, not quite to the center, still below the ribs on the right hand side. Move your awareness to the back solar plexus, the middle of the back. Move your awareness to the kidneys. Put your awareness on the low back area opposite the navel, the Ming Men. Up to the spleen, the left-hand side below the ribs. Move your awareness to the navel. An inch and a half below your navel. The bottom of your tailbone, the basic. Be still. Just let go of everything, just be still. Okay, next we're gonna reach for, if you have the kit for this or you have this oil, cistus. But if not, here's some choices. Camphor, basil, Cape snowbush. You could also use poplar if you have it. Cypress if you have it. Rue if you have it. Palo Santo. Okay, begin inhaling on the brain. Move to the lungs. To the liver on the right hand side below the ribs. Move a little bit more to the midline. Not quite to the center, still below the ribs. Go down to the kidneys. Over to the left-hand side below the ribs. Okay. The navel. An inch and a half below the navel. The bottom of the tailbone, the basic chakra. Just be still, be aware. Okay, again, begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the brain. Your awareness is on the crown. Your forehead, where the hairline is. Between the eyebrows. And the back of the head, opposite the eyebrows on the back side. Put your awareness on the back part. Down on the right hand side, the liver. Move a bit more to the midline, still under the ribs. Still on the right hand side, not quite to the center. Just a little off center. Go to the back solar plexus, the middle of your back. Go down to the kidneys. Move your awareness to the low back area opposite the navel, the back side of your navel, the main men. Your spleen on the left hand side under the ribs. The navel. An inch and a half below your navel. And the bottom of your tailbone, the basic. Just be still, be aware. Just close your eyes, just let go. Just let go. Notice your emotions, notice your mind, your body. Notice your breath. Okay, we're going to do the next phase. So you can reach for your sage. Now, if you don't have sage, any of the grasses work. So ginger grass, camel grass, bluegrass, bushy mat grass, marjoram, and Cape snowbush for that one person. And then also for Chris, she can use her hembrid.
Okay.
Okay, so any of the sages, marjoram, blue African bluegrass, camel grass, ginger grass. I'm sorry, not Cape snowbush, ginger grass.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Ready? All right. You give us just a minute. We're just getting some things straightened out for a couple students. Not for this one, but the next one.
Okay. Tarragon, frankincense,
Same again. Split. No. Okay, ready? Begin. Your awareness is on your brain. Move your awareness to the lungs. Your liver on the right hand side below the ribs. Liver on the right hand side. Long sustained inhalations with your awareness on the liver. Move your awareness a little bit more to the midline. Just soft center to the right under your ribs. down to your kidneys. Up to the spleen on the left-hand side below the ribs. To the navel. Your awareness is 1.5 inches below the navel. The bottom of your tailbone, the basic chakra. Just be still, be aware, keep your eyes closed. Okay, again, same oil. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the brain. Put your awareness on the crown. the forehead where the hairline is. Between the eyebrows. The back of your head, so opposite your eyebrows on the back side. Put your awareness on the lungs. The back heart, the area between the shoulder blades. The liver on the right hand side below the ribs. A little bit more to the midline, just off center, still to the right, below the ribs. Your back solar plexus, your mid back area. Down to your kidneys. the Mingmen, which is your low back area opposite your navel. Your spleen on the left-hand side below your ribs. Your navel. An inch and a half below your navel. The bottom of your tailbone. Just be still, be aware, let go of the inhalation. Just be still. We still have one more to do and then a meditation. So I'm gonna give you a break for just a little bit. Just like rest, close your eyes. Let's come back at 10 till. Walk around, get a snack if you want, it's okay. We'll resume when we come back from break. So I'll see you in 15 minutes. Okay, we're just going to jump right back into what we're doing. So again, get comfortable. And this last one, you're going to reach for your frankincense. Keeps no bush for that one. And aloes. You could also use aloes wood if you want to be fancy and have it. Okay, ready? So your awareness is on your brain. Long, slow, deep breaths. Move your awareness to the lungs. The liver on the right hand side below the ribs. Move your awareness a little bit more to the midline, just off center to the right, still below the ribs. Down to the kidneys. the spleen. Down to your navel. Your awareness is on your navel. Long, slow, deep breaths. Just curious. An inch and a half below your navel. In the bottom of your tailbone. Your basic chakra. Just be still. Begin inhaling again. Your awareness is on the brain, the same oil. Move your awareness to your crown. Move your awareness to your forehead where the hairline is. Between the eyebrows. Move your awareness to the back head. Your lungs. Put your awareness on your lungs. Put your awareness on the back heart. Move your awareness to the liver on the right hand side below the ribs. How was that number? Move your awareness a little bit more to the midline, just slightly off the right. Go to the back solar plexus, the mid back area. Down to the kidneys. Go to the low back area opposite the navel on the back side. The spleen, which is the left-hand side, just under the ribs. Down to the navel. An inch and a half below your navel. The bottom of the tailbone. The basic. Just be still, be aware, just let everything go. Keep your eyes closed, just be still. Maintain your stillness. We'll do this next part without oil. Put your awareness on your heart, the center of your chest. Move your awareness down to your navel. Move your awareness to the top of your head, the crown. Just let go. Let go of everything, just let go. Put your awareness on the heart. Put your awareness on the navel. Your awareness on the crown. Put your awareness on the heart. Put your awareness on the navel. Put your awareness on the crown. Just let go. Put your awareness on your heart. Put your awareness on your navel. Your crown. Just let go. Put your awareness on your heart. Your awareness to the navel. Awareness to your crown. Just let go. Om Ramo. Om Ramo. Ramo. Om Ramo. Om Gently return to your body. Gently wiggle your fingers, wiggle your toes. Return to your body. Wiggle your fingers, wiggle your toes. How's everybody? Let's maybe save questions for a minute and just let me know how everybody's doing. How are you feeling?
Do you want to be able to unmute to tell you or just?
Maybe just type in. Alexa, turn on first plug. Alexa, turn on blue.
We have a headache. So good.
I don't know that.
Alexa, stop.
Loopy, very peaceful. At the spa, very pleasant. I got quite agitated in the beginning with some anxiety, then it passed. Sleepy, gone.
Yeah, you released some things that were kind of on the big side. So it was a little bit like doing energetic surgery, kind of, so to speak.
LOL, my Alexa turned on my lights too. Weird, my imagination was going wild in my inner world. Gone, peaceful, no thought, feeling so deep.
Yeah, so deep. Part of what we're trying to do is, step away from the left side of the brain and really step into that right side where you see things more in symbolism and there's like more depth when you come from the right side of the brain. And so it's kind of setting up what is going to be next. And so I wanted to put you guys in a good state for that and also have it be a healing session. And so sometimes agitation can come up, but it's being flushed out. Sometimes thought forms are being broken down. We'll talk about what we did a little bit later this evening, but right now I just want to make sure everybody's stabilized. How is Troy?
Let's see if he followed up. We had another person that said, still lots of tears that keep coming up as if something wants to release but can't.
Yeah, that is probably something coming out. The one that had the tears, that it's about something wanting to release. It's okay, it'll come out when the time is right. If you're lucky, it'll come out in your sleep. That's the great thing about shifting over to the right side of the brain, is you really don't have to figure out what it is. In the right side of the brain, you can just kind of step away from it or step out of it. Realize your way out of it.
Someone else said, feeling like the verge of a breakdown. I feel it under the surface. Was a mantra chanted. I couldn't even hear it.
Yeah, I did Om Rama Om. You could also do Om Namo Rama Om.
Had a sense of rebirth of some sort. My hips and legs hurt a little, but then that I felt okay. But other than that, I feel okay. Another, I have quite a headache. Any
So
suggestion?
headaches. Okay, hold on. Too much energy. Okay, just be still for a second. Keep your eyes closed. Okay, people with headaches, how are they feeling?
Someone actually had a headache and is gone, had one for 2 days. That was before you did the thing. The other person, it's more diffused.
Should continue to dissipate. The headache should, it just got a bit congested, like energetically congested. It happens sometimes with meditation. This was an intense meditation.
Right side is fine, but left side still feels pressure. Feels much noise in my head. I had a headache this morning, feels much better now, thank you. So very still.
Okay, so we're going to do something that really is going to be words, but tapping into the right side of your brain here in just a few minutes. And so, you know, it's a lot like how we were talking about like dreams last night, or sometimes there's words that continue to blossom and grow. Like sometimes there's words or things that are being said that continue to grow and blossom even as weeks, months, or years goes by. You know, that usually means there's a lot of light in what's being said. And so I wanted to put you in this state where you're a bit more right brain than left brain. And we're going to take a little break. So try to hold on to the space the best that you can. That quietness, peacefulness, stillness. Move around if you need a little bit of snack or something. And we're going to come back right on the hour. And we're going to jump right into something. And then later we'll do questions and answers after a meal break after that. And so I'll see you in about 15 minutes or so, right on the hour. And we're going to do the little surprise for you guys.
And for the people who are still headachy or feeling tightness, should they just move? Or
yeah, get up and move around, and I'll do a little bit more just to try to. Yeah, it's just just congestion. Like move your spine around and do like a hula hoop movements. You know, both directions. It should dissipate, but I'll also try to do some work.
He's asking everybody to come on back. Okay. The voice is up.
2 minutes. Okay, So, we did our session, and I wanted to fit this in because I know we're on Hawaiian time and we're going to be going a little bit later. And I didn't want to save this for the end of the day. And so, we were kind of prepping for what we did earlier. We kind of shifted you out of your rational mind a bit through the process that we did, which we'll talk about later, and shifted you a little bit more into the right side of the brain. And like we were talking about, like sometimes when you look at pictures or you hear words with a lot of light, it's like planting a seed in the ground where it keeps growing and growing and growing, even when years and years and years goes by. And I was very fortunate to meet a teacher when I was very young, that things that he said to me back in my mid-20s are still blossoming and blooming in my processes even to this day. So that was a very long time ago. I mean, the body's getting old. And so several people have asked, because we have a very different approach to how we do things. And it's, I don't want to say unique, but it's a different approach that sometimes it's a little bit hard to put a finger on. And a big component of how I approach things through the last 30 years have really been because of one particular person. And so, we were thinking about what to do for something special for you guys for this little retreat weekend. And what better thing to do than to bring my teacher to you to speak. So Imaho, this is everybody, this is Imaho. This is one of my early teachers and still a continuing teacher. But, one of the things that I would say is, I know some of you guys have had, great experiences with some of the things that we've talked about, but, the student is a pale reflection of his teacher. So if you had good experiences with me, what must Imaho be like? I wanted to give you a taste of the real thing. So I present to you Imaho.
Hello. Hello. Oh, hi, Samantha.
So Imaho, go ahead and talk about whatever you'd like to talk about. You have as much time as you want, and the topic is all whatever you'd like to talk about.
Okay, I only see one person.
So when you tap your screen, it'll allow you to have a view. There's like a thing that says view, and you can choose gallery view. Usually, if you have you're on your desktop, so it's where you see the bar with people.
Oh, I see it now. Okay.
And you pick the gallery view, and you can see a bunch of different people.
There's about 90 people on Imaho.
Oh boy. Hey, well, look at all this. Hello, everybody. Hi.
I'm going to turn your video off, Greg, because it's looking at me.
Okay. Wow, this is nice. Yeah, to see so many faces. This is the first time I've done Zoom.
Really? Okay. I'm here if you need any help.
Okay. No, I'm okay so far. Oh, what about questions?
We can do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. If you guys want, I did make it so you can unmute yourself right now. You have a question for Imaho? Yeah, go ahead, Cindy.
What would you say, first of all, thank you for joining us, but what would you say is the most important lesson that you can teach a student?
Okay. Get to know your feet much better. Most people don't know their feet. They walk, climb stairways, they sit, they put on shoes and socks, but most people really don't know their feet. The communication that our body has from the tips of our fingers to the tips of our toes, it's phenomenal when it comes to actually what the physics actually is. It's phenomenal, but most people don't pay any attention to it. Most of the attention is, you could say, what people think and feel. But even though what they feel, they're not really feeling all the way down into their spine. You know, when we were young kids, we really got to know our feet so well with our toes. We could able to lift up a leg and hold it right in front of our face and look at it and play with it and such, and as well as with our fingers in our hands. And as time grew on, we became more cognizant of what's in front of us, only through our eyes. And then we started to naming everything. And pretty soon we have a vast vocabulary, but we don't really look at it that way. You just said, oh, I know my friend. Oh, I know where I live. Oh, I have to do this. Oh, I forgot this. I forgot that. And so for the most part, we stay in our brain. Our mind is always recording this all the time. Your mind records everything that you feel, want to do, run from, what you fear, what everything, it just records it. It doesn't condemn us at all. It just that it records. But it is through our brain that we pay a lot of attention to, but we don't think of it that way, because I just look at you as my best friend, you're my enemy. Oh, I know you, I know this. And most of this information actually is really coming through our eyes. You know, after I'm a bishop of the Catholic Church. I'm a Buddhist, a Sikh. I'm also Sikh. I'm Hindu. And besides all these courses that I have been through, I found myself walking away from all of it because something happened. I began to realize what my eyes are for, and not just my thinking mind, not just my thinking brain, but what my eyes are actually witnessing right in front of me. If you can remember the last time someone made you tear, something in front of you brought tears into your eyes. You know what happens then to your brain and your mind? It shuts down. It stops. It's like, whoa, 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 because it's affecting not just the feelings, but something that is very, very deep inside us. And after the tears and after the good, wonderful feelings that all of a sudden are starting to dissipate because we become the citizen again. And then once a citizen is there, it's all rhetoric, it's talk, it's discussing and such. But the greatest discussion that we can have and get to really know ourselves is through our physical eyes. Our touch can only go so much. Yeah, we can shake hands, we can grab a door handle and feel it, or we can put our right hand or our left hand on somebody's shoulders and such. But it's not enough. Because when people really want to dive inside to see really what is all this all about, all the days that I have lived, all the years that I have lived, and I can't remember hardly any of them. They just come and go so quickly. But what's in front of me, no matter what year it is, what time of the day it is, that is a book to literally dive into and to see. The eyes are literally misplaced in basically all the religions that I am involved in, literally misplaced. They don't look that way. They look at it as what you think. What do you think it is? What do you think how that works? What is above? What really is above? Basically, all we see is blue sky or dark sky at night, and especially when the stars come out. It starts to affect us because we're not used to that. We're used to opening up doors, going to work, staying home, going to the restroom, and such. But we don't see it really with our eyes because we know where the bedroom is. We know where the front door is most of the time. We know how to drive a car most of the time, but we don't know literally how to drive ourselves. See, our physical body is our car. It really is actually our automobile. And sometimes we find people that the windshield is dirty, the eyes don't see well, they don't want to see well, too much fear, too much doubt. But when there's somebody in front of us that all of a sudden we don't know why, but our eyes see something and there's no explanation for it. There's no dictionary, encyclopedia can actually describe it. But when that starts to let our eyes literally let the tears come out, and we still don't know why. And yet most of us get embarrassed by that when the tears start to flow out. But we know it is something so unique, so beautiful. All we could do is be quiet. Yeah, and we can get embarrassed by that because when the tears roll out, we're supposed to stand like a mountain. We're supposed to stand like a tree. Yeah, I'm strong. I know this. But when the tears start to flow, we should start asking that question, where do these tears come from? They do come from our gut, in the belly, a little below the belly. They do come from our heart. And the brain goes somewhat into shock. It doesn't know really what to do with this. After the age of 10, 15, 25, 30, and on, we become, you could say, very cognizant to our life and to everything about us. And yet we still want to know. We love to read little articles. We love to, how does this work? How is it that I am here on this planet? And most of us don't even know it's a planet. We hear about it, we read about it, we have beautiful pictures about it, but we can't suck it in deeply into our hearts and into our minds. It's pretty difficult. But if we start to go, walk out that front door of yours, and no matter what time of the day it is, look down and look at your feet. You may have wonderful shoes on or just barefooted. And when was the last time you really paid attention to your feet? It is your feet that allows us to go here and go there. But we forgot about that. And what we do start to recall is me, myself, and I. And that's where we get lost. Sure, we become a great citizen. We start to become a Republican or Democrat. We start to vote. We start to have parties and such. But that's only for the citizen. And there's a big difference between a citizen and a person who's actually running around, walking, dancing, sitting, actually naked inside ourselves. We were born undoubtedly without clothes. And then we found ourselves putting on this and that and this and that. And it does speak something, it does say something. And that's a beautiful thing, eventually, to start walking around, living on this planet with clothes. But one day we have to let them all go. Even the underwear and the socks. But why? Why did we put on all those wonderful, beautiful clothes? And to ask that question, a very simple question that most people will never ask, would never think of asking. The clothes have protected us through the winter, the summer, the spring, and the fall. And it does speak. The colors speak. How it fits, it does speak. But how do your eyes see it? How?
Thank you.
Yeah. Question, please.
Someone asked, would you tell us about yourself?
Okay. All right. I was born in a family that, well, I loved all my brothers and sisters. There were 7 of us, but my parents owned a restaurant. And so that created a lot of separation between father and mother and kids, because we're going that way and they're going this other way, working all the time. But the one thing that I loved to do was working in a restaurant. It was meeting the people, watching new people come and go through the door, not just customers, but employees and such. And I always thought I love restaurants. I love managing restaurants. And I did that for quite some time. And the people, the customers coming through the door, it spoke, it says a lot. And I'd love to see all kinds of faces and colors coming in. You know, that's one thing I never tired from working. Working became something that it's a gift. To work is a gift. It's just that in most families, work is tiresome. I don't want to do that. They sit around, I don't want to do anything else. But what came through my life is one of the most beautiful thing that we can do is in this planet is work. Not to be slaves, yes, but to actually pick up things, do things, clean for other people. And that's what we were designed to do. To work is, I found it changed me. It affected me in so many ways that I never want to stop to work, and I still don't stop. And as a result, my body has stayed young. I'm 73 years old. I got arrested a lot by the police. I had a good time. I tell you, we had a good time. Nothing serious, you know, but yeah, handcuffed a lot and taken to jail only for a few hours and then back out. And you know, that lasted to about the age of 25. And then everything changed. My life changed. You know, and I always wondered, I was raised near the Sandia Mountains. And it's just one big, long, beautiful mountain that has almost 12,000 feet. But there was something about that mountain. For that mountain, eventually I realized it is like inside me. We are all mountains. All creatures are mountains, even the little ants, even though they're so small. But if you can take something like a bacteria looking at an ant from the earth to the belly of an ant that's right above, it's like a mountain, a giant. And we all became giants. From the age of being born, all of a sudden you were 1, we're 2, we're 3, we're climbing like a tree, we're climbing like a mountain that took time to reach its phase. And we all have reached our phases eventually after so much age has literally creeped into us. But we were too busy paying attention, making friends, having fights and laughing and lying down and such. But when we stand up and look down at our feet, how long did it take you to reach that height? And then eventually, what happens to all human beings as age creeps in, we start to shrink a little bit more, and a little bit more. It is these things that most of us were supposed to learn in school, but we never really picked it up. We heard about it maybe, but it disappeared very quickly. It's all these simple things that we are. And then I found myself wanting to know what it is to be spiritual and what it is to meditate and all that. And I did all that. But I realized something is not right. And that's when I had to really go back and pay attention to little infants that were just born. And I went to as many mothers that I knew. I went to hospitals. The nurses would help me and the doctors would help me watch and observe where we all came from. The womb of a mother. But what did we do when we were in that womb? Do you remember? And it took me time, and I realized I got to know what it was like for me to be in the belly of my mother. You know, most of us, not all babies, but most of us were conscious when we were in the womb, in the last stages of being put together, brick by brick, cell by cell. And then all of a sudden being forced out of this world, literally forced. But that said something. It affected us immensely. And then the cesarean births, not forced, not at all. But all of a sudden, there's no doubt and there's no fear. And that affected their lives too, in good ways and in ways that literally upped their IQ in many respects. But the ones that were forced out, it gave us a strength, literally a strength. Not running from it, but actually wondering, what in the world is this place that I found myself in? Not knowing who's the mother, who's the father. We had to learn that ourselves in time. And now here we are, most of us, how many inches are we? How many feet? But when we stand up and then to look down at your feet, it is your feet that took you everywhere from the grocery store to the bathroom door, your feet. Whose feet are they? Whose feet are they? And who are you? Yes, we have been given names, and sometimes a few more names than the names we were given. And the good names, a lot of the good names came from our friends, indicating what our personality was like and such. But then really, who is that name? All it is just a sound and word. But when we start to dive into thyself, starting with your feet first, looking at those toes, they gave us the ability to walk well, run, and literally walk for thousands and thousands of kilometers on this planet. You did that. You did that. Nameless you may be, but you are the ones that walked. Your feet led your way. And every now and then we do tire and we have to sit down and rest. The brain, yeah, it's a beautiful thing. And get to know the left brain and right brain, wow, there's a big difference. But most of us hang on the left brain. Sure, it's cognitive, has a lot of intelligence, it's got a lot of memory and such, and that's where most of us live. But those unusual people, they play the violin, they love to sing, and without singing, standing there and looking up, and the night sky reveals its face. Sometimes a falling star is traveling through, and you wonder, was that for me? Was that really for me? All the falling stars are for all of us, whether we like it or not. And that night sky, then all of a sudden, it's the middle of the day, no clouds. Then all of a sudden in the night sky, and how many times has that appeared in front of you? And we have never counted how many night skies have we seen? How many days have we walked through? How many decades? And what have we really learned? What? Question, please.
Megan?
Hello, greetings. I'm so incredibly grateful that you brought your teacher here today. It fills me full of lots of joy, and I'm very grateful. I would like to just ask, in regards to spiritual development, if you had any advice on daily recommendations or just something that speaks to you to share with us about spiritual development.
Okay. You know, I've spent a great deal of my life walking in that direction, and all the readings and all the beautiful teachers I came across. The most beautiful teachers that came were the Buddhist teachers and the Hindu. When it comes to the Catholicism and all that, I walked away from it very quickly. And then pretty soon, a good Buddhist I was, and I walked away from that. And Hinduism, I walked away from that too. Spiritualism, you could say, I walked away from that too. And voila, what really showed up, what was always there from the moment I was born, like all of us. You are who you are. You are who you are, put together brick by brick, cell by cell in the womb of our mother. And then to literally use these beautiful eyes that we all inherited to walk around globe, around ball, and to slowly, slowly figure it out. You know, no matter what religion, whether you're an atheist or whatever, spiritualism, well, is there within all of us. It can't go away. We are embedded in it, period, without even thinking about it. The most beautiful thing that we have is that, yes, we're human, we have skin and bone, but we have to walk away from that too. We come here to see the most amazing thing on this planet. And no matter how many steps we have made, no matter what direction, we are all as spiritual as we ever can be. Yes, you can study a lot, you can read a lot, you can try, and I did the meditation and all that. But it is you. It is your feelings. It is the quietness of your thoughts. It's how you touch this planet, this world, touch everything with these beautiful, beautiful hands. And always remember, You got your feet too. Our feet has taken us everywhere, in every direction possible. And because our life, yes, it can be very complicated, very confusing. Yes, yes. And at times, it's so, so simple. You know, no matter what of an IQ you have, we're very simple creatures. One of the gifts that we have received is to laugh. Really to laugh. And that literally dives down into that beautiful heart of ours and the gut of our stomach. But once the laughter is gone, the quietness. And when the stops have slowed down, like a car traveling maybe 1-2 miles an hour, we start to touch ourselves and not with our hands on the wheel of our physical bodies. I want to go here. I want to go there. Let's go here. That's what our body is. It's a car. But what's inside? It is hard for people to figure it out, but we can feel it at times, especially when our eyes are literally piercing into a forest, watching animals, creatures, looking at the beautiful children that you have. It's quiet and touching. That, you can't get any more spiritual than that. The most beautiful thing that on this planet is that we have so beautiful women. They're the ones that brought all of humanity to this planet, the women. They're more heartful, they're more kind. Their brain is more dispersed about what this planet is all about than the males. The males, they want this, they want that for the most part. But when it comes to the women, wow, talk about a good heart. Wow. Yeah, I studied war movies. I've watched so many war movies. I want to find out what takes place. It was basically through my father. He was a prisoner of war in Japan for over 3 years. And when he came back, he was skin and bone. He had a diaper on him. Before they left Japan, they had to put an actual diaper on them so they could take a picture of their full body standing up. He was skin and bone. Nobody could recognize him. But when this soldier came back and how he treated his sons and his daughters with respect, a very kind person and such, I watched how he watched this world. See, I've never been a prisoner of war. But when you watch a lot of war movies, how you can feel so sorry for all these people, women and men, who were imprisoned in war and what they went through. This I learned and I watched. And because we don't have war, we haven't had war except for the Vietnam War. I didn't go to Vietnam, but I watched how the soldiers came back, and it wasn't pretty. All my friends came back pretty well broken, very broken in such a way it wasn't nice to see. So I spent my time, even though I had to go to the army for about 3 years, but had to walk away from it. But the real soldiers, to me, are the women of this planet. They're the ones that brings the human beings to this planet. Males do what they do and then they're gone. But the women have to literally stay eating good food to feed that child inside their womb and such. So when it came to being spiritualized, I walked away because I knew we cannot escape being who we are. We have been given the skin that we have. The age creeps up so quickly, so quietly, we can't tell. And then pretty soon we hit a birthday and people are thinking, happy birthday. Well, that went pretty fast. And the next year it's going to go just as fast. You see, to me, everybody is fine. Sure, there are those that they need work. They need a lot of advice. They need to talk to lots of people. But when we literally go and look into the mirror, yes, we've all been abused to some degree. We've been lied to. We've been laughed at to some degree. We've been kind. We've been wonderful. We've had good days. We've had many years, but we can't put all these years together, except for the wrinkles on our face, or our hair is turning a little too gray. But it's your feet that brought you to where you are right now, walking from one room to the next. And we find ourselves sitting or lying down, hoping that I'm understanding the words of someone that is speaking to me. See, you're fine as you are. And we were always born fine. Yeah, and to put aside the abuse and the hurt and the confusion that we all have picked up in our life. You were all born for a very good reason. Born with a mother, with putting a little fetus together. And there it is growing from a millimeter to all of a sudden it's a few millimeters. And then all of a sudden you're about this big and you walk into an environment that you don't know where you are. As it is when we pass away, you're not going to know where you are. But when we decide to use these eyes, use this beautiful heart that we all have, and sometimes we do run away from our heart. It hurts too much. But to turn back around and go back into those feelings of yours. We all have been given beautiful, beautiful light. Not just light bulbs in our home, but the light of stars and the light of one sun that is literally pouring down upon us. What a gift to be on this planet and to be at the age that we all are. It's a gift. And to wake up in the morning, opening up those eyelids of yours. Those are doors. These eyelids are nothing but doors, actually. Like going out the front door or the back door or any door in your house. They're doors. Because once you open up those eyelids, stay quiet. Stay quiet. For what is in front of you, it will all eventually go away. So when it comes down to spiritualism, there's nothing you can do. You were born with it. We were all born with it 100%. It just that the cognitive mind, wants to do this, learn this. I like to be like that. Ooh, I want to be this. I want to go. No, you already are. We're already on a very beautiful, beautiful blue planet. And you use those eyes to look up when the birds are flying and look at the little critters on the floor, you know, trying to hide from you. And they're just looking for food and such. Question, please.
Lala?
Oh, Amaho, it's so lovely to be with you. I just want to apologize for showing my picture and not my face, but I had dental surgery yesterday, so I look a bit like a scary chipmunk.
Hey, I think I look like that in the early morning.
I want to thank you for your beautiful presence, and you must be so proud of your son, Greg, because he's a lot like you. He's full of humility and kindness and love and light. And it's very, very, very obvious that he would be your student.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to thank you for saying what you said about the feet. My own spiritual teacher is getting ready to leave the body soon. And I remembered something when you said, when you spoke about the feet. When I first started studying with her, she used to make me or ask me to thank my legs and feet for taking me from here to there. And so that was a really beautiful reminder. So I thank you. My question to you is so simple. I would like to ask you, what is the single most beautiful moment of your lifetime?
I was at the age of 25. And at that age, I was mischievous back then when I was younger, and this policeman put me on my knees, and I had another friend, and we were both put on our knees, and he was kicking us with his shoes. And it must have been maybe almost 1 o'clock in the morning. And he was constantly kicking us. And then the other policemen, once, because we get kicked, now we're down on our faces on the asphalt. And then the policemen would pick us up again, and we get kicked again from behind, in front, from the side. We got kicked almost 15, 20 minutes. He was bleeding terribly. I was bleeding terribly. He was crying out for the policeman to stop, please stop, please stop. What I did, there was a good 6 policemen standing on my right, and they were all standing up, and they watched the show. I knew about 3 or 4 of the policemen because they would come to my father's restaurant. I was watching them. I wasn't concerned about getting kicked again, but as I was watching them, I felt their hearts. They were so broken up, and there's 1 or 2 started to have tears. And I kept watching them. They wanted to help somehow, they couldn't. And here my other friend is screaming, yelling for help, and I get kicked again. They have to pick me up again. We're handcuffed from behind in our backs. As I was constantly watching, because I knew them too, actually, all of a sudden I woke up. I literally woke up. After 25 years of living, I was just like everybody else, asleep. Sure, you could say I was cognizant. I could go to school, I could drive, I could work, no problems. But it was due to those policemen that I really could feel their hearts. And that was the first time I felt my heart. I literally woke up and my life totally changed after that. All of a sudden I realized I was on a planet, a real planet. I saw the stars for the first time in my life, even though I spent most of my life looking up at night, camping, running around during the night, going to the park. That touched me. And that forever change that took place took me into worlds that I wanted to study. Why? What in the world are we doing here on this planet? There's got to be a reason, not just to be a citizen of America or Germany or Russia. There's got to be some good reasons. What are these reasons? And so the voyage that I took was to study not just religion, because Buddhism is not a religion at all. Hinduism is not a religion. But because we are taught to misunderstand things, what is taking place on this planet, and once you start to literally digging in to the veins of human beings that are also asking questions, what are we doing here? And as we literally start to, like a dog digging a hole, you know, mouses and little ants, you know, digging holes into the earth, and then coming out of the ground, and to have the ability to look up and to see, what are those stars? What's going on up there? There's got to be good reason and good answers. And that's what human beings need, good reason and good answers. But see, the most beautiful thing, even though most people will never get good answers or have good reasons, but there are those of you, by the stillness, the beautiful stillness, you can actually hear that heartbeat of yours slowing down its beat, slowing down, like this earth. This earth has a heartbeat. And the speed that it rotates around and around and around is phenomenal. And no matter if we find ourselves at the bottom, the north or the south, the east or the west, it's a round ball, this earth. It's a gift to each of everybody, even all the creatures that exist on this planet. It's a gift. And to realize, to open up the present of what that gift actually is. It's like the sun, all of a sudden, the beautiful S-U-N, the sun in the sky. All of a sudden, there it is in your heart. Literally here, we were born to literally realize the snowflakes coming down, so quietly they are. And then the pitter patter of the raindrops coming down. And then the little breezes of the wind, sometimes messing up our hair, but how it feels so good. So you see, we were born with simplicity, and the simplicity that has intelligence, not just of a citizen, but the intelligence to literally feel what is beneath your feet on earth. And eventually we have to say goodbye. But we do that when we fall asleep at night. We're basically saying temporarily a goodbye Maybe I'll see you in the morning. Question.
Christy?
Imaho, thank you. Doesn't suffice for being here and speaking with us, and we appreciate you so much. I got to meet you in Texas last year and be a part of your fire ceremony. And to say it was intense would be an understatement.
Yeah.
As the ceremony was coming to an end, and I was watching you, you had a stare into the fire, and you were overcome with a lot of emotion. And that moment has stayed with me for some reason ever since then, wondering like what you saw and if it's appropriate to share.
Yeah, it's appropriate. It's okay. Here I am, a human being, and here it took me 25 years of my life to wake up. Even though I woke up, I don't pretend to be spiritual. I don't pretend to be a teacher. I understand. I know when to stay a citizen, but I know what it is to be a citizen. I respect it. I honor it. I think it's wonderful. But I can't always be, you could say, the teacher or the fire dancer. No human being can. No human being can. So I knew I could switch. And when I switched to be the fire dancer, that's something else. I cannot be a citizen and then do a fire dancer. No way. I had to learn to switch like I did when I was 25 and respect it. And I always stayed quiet with it. The only thing that opened me up to society was the fire dance. I could give the speeches and such, but nothing was like the fire dance. For the effort that it takes and to be able to work with fire, that's a different world inside. But we all have that world inside. We have all a heart that literally does have a flame that gives life. What do you think gave life to this whole universe? A flame, a burst of an immense fire, but a different fire, actually. And so that's what I'm helping people to do, to understand this switch. Everybody switches. Sometimes it's difficult, sometimes it's rare, sometimes it hasn't happened for 10 years with people. But when those tears come out, or all of a sudden you are somewhat in a shock, but a good shock, your brain freezes, it goes numb. Your heart is there speaking in such waves that it's hard to tell what it's doing, but it's scary too at the same time. Because when it comes to the brain and the mind, you can't control it. Because that heart, all of our hearts, it is kind of like, you could say, a new universe is born inside during these moments. And the more we wake up to these moments where all of a sudden a new universe is being born, we start to see differently. The eyes start to open up more. The eyes have more fluid inside. And that is really the major key. It is not the hearing. The hearing can only take so much, and we all have a totally different dictionary inside our heads. We all have a different, you could say, encyclopedias inside us because we read things a little differently. And then we twist the words or we change the picture here and there. So it's hard to trust oneself when it comes to the brain and the mind. But your heart, that's what hides from us. The beautiful heart that we all have. And it's scary. We get scared when our heart starts to come out. It's almost embarrassing to some people. Yeah, it can be very embarrassing. And then the sweat. Our body heats up and the sweat starts to pour out of our pores because it's scary. The beautiful hearts that we have, it's damn scary, actually. And yet to stand up, and yet to, whether or sit down or lie down or climb a tree a little bit, to see the world a little bit differently. Because we are amongst human beings, practically our whole life. But what happens when we have to go to sleep? Yeah, the dreams will come in and pretend. But actually, there are parts of us while we're dreaming at night, there's no pretending. Most of us are somewhat awake. But then we can easily forget about it once we open up our eyes in the morning. I can tell all of you, you are who you are. It was you that walked down in that direction. It was you that turned the knob of that door, that opened up that door to your eyes, to your home, to your job, to your car. But I tell you, no one can know the beauty of your heart but you. But you. And one thing that I can say, whether I knew people who murdered people, people who were bad people, I was fortunate, actually. And good people, beautiful, wonderful people. But everyone had a heart in there. Question, please.
Miriam?
Hello, Imaho. My name is Miriam. I wanted to connect with you. I feel like my questions really have been answered. I'm hearing you say that spirituality is what is real in us, is being in our truth, is relating from the heart, is keeping our feet on the ground and feeling our absolute fullness and beauty, and feeling our willingness without limiting ourselves. I feel that this is difficult for a lot of us. We don't want to be vulnerable. We don't want to show how soft these places are in us. And we hide. And when we are in moments of truth, we do cry. It's like our cells open up and our bodies open up. And I was wondering if you had any, thoughts about this. I'm not asking you to repeat yourself because you really have answered these thoughts. I just want to connect.
Yeah. So when it comes to this word again, spiritualness, being spiritual, what is that? You know, no one can run from that. Nobody can run from that. We were conceived with it. We were put together brick by brick, our body cells together, and then we got born. And when it comes to what is spirited, it's in us. No matter if you have committed murder or you hate people or whatever, you can't dig it out of us. It is with us, even after we pass away. You can't change that. No one can. We become a part of it. It's just that the story of being a social economic human being with the psychology in there, we separate ourselves as much as possible from this word until we want to repent or get better. And then we use this word spiritual. We can't change that. You were conceived with it, you were born with it, and there you are with it, whether you like it or not. And this is the gift of what it is. You are who you are. There's no change in that, no matter how many birthdays you go through. You are that. So if you are that, so what do I do with this then? Okay, I am a citizen, you know, you pay your taxes and this and all that. You've gone through a lot of problems like we all have. Yes, but that is the gift to how you walk through all your situations and your problems. It's how you walk it out. You decide what to do with it, but you cannot change what is spiritual inside you. Every body cell, the trillions of body cells that we have are of it. We can't change that. And no matter how scared we are, how fearful we are, you can't change it. You are as spiritual as you're ever going to be. So what do I now do to be a better human being? Well, you've already learned how to do that. So in essence, that means you're pretty free until you really understand it well. Look at your hands more. Most people don't look at their hands or their feet. You know, we don't spend much time in the mirror unless we're cleaning our teeth or makeup or trying to make our hair well or whatever. You know, yeah. But no matter how muddy you are, rolling in the mud, getting rained on, the wind knocking you over, you're as spiritual as you ever are going to be, even after you pass away. So what can you do with all that? Well, let's see. Can I be better? Well, if I want. Do I go around touching the walls? Well, that helps actually. Because we create these walls inside our head. We create the alleyways inside our head. We create the plays, the musical plays, the movie plays inside our head. But what if we just find ourselves saying, I give up. I've already been a citizen, I give up. I'm gonna go and walk into a closet, make sure the light is off, and sit in the closet. Sometimes here are the people in the hallway or in the bedroom, they're looking for you, and there you are, you could say, hiding in the closet. Not to be seen or known. And that's what contemplation meditation is supposed to do. To be in a closet. Because what you have done, you somehow like walked away from society. Yeah. And that's why we have to go to sleep too. We got to walk away from it. We can't just stay with it. It's too trying in our brain and our physiology. But to wake up, open eyes, vitality, I'm going to do my day differently. I've been in the closet long enough. Now I'm going to use these eyes. I'm going to use my feet and not just just say, I know what that tree is. I know who that person is. I know whose car that is. No. Look at the earth beneath your feet and the sky above your head. We are here to walk on a planet. And quietly, not just soaking up sometimes the beautiful snowflakes coming down, or a few drops of rain, or a vast rain coming down. But those rays of the sunlight and the rays of all those billions of stars coming down on you, they speak to us. They're speaking to us too. As it is our hearts. And after a while, after you have that understanding, without you even knowing it or asking for your personalities, I need to take a deep breath. And you can't help it. You will take a deep breath. No dictionary, no encyclopedia can explain it. But with the quietness that will take place in you, you will have that understanding. You will know it. But situations like this only occur maybe once, twice, 10 times, 20 times in a lifetime, because the most of the day is spent being a citizen. So when you are a citizen, know it. Know it. But when the silence comes about, know it. We can't always be bright and intelligent. We can't. We go through all sorts of emotions and problems and such. And sometimes we get discouraged. And sometimes we're, wow, this is beautiful. Switching. Switching. See, it is the normalcy that is extraordinary. No one really taught us this. I had nobody to teach me this. What is normal? It is not normal, actually. Our planet is miraculous. Everything is miraculous. But what we have done, we have stamped everything with words. Oh, I know what that is. I know what that is. Oh, yeah, I know. I'm bored. What else is there? What else is there? What else can I see, do, hear, understand? Take a deep breath. Slow down. Slow down. Put your foot on that brake of your brain, your mind, your body. Slow it down. Slow it down. And then when the doors, your eyelids open up, you're able to see this world differently.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Heidi?
Hi.
Hi.
Hi, Maho.
Yeah.
Such a pleasure and a blessing meeting you.
Yeah, Fabi, huh?
Yes, Fabi. I'm Fabi. I just want to tell you that the moment that you start speaking, I was no longer listening to your words, but just the love that came from your heart is just bathed me so much in love. I felt this infinite enormous amount of love coming from you. And I'm so grateful. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah. You know, I don't know what love is, actually. You know, I thought I knew a long time ago. And as changes took place inside me, because I see the world very differently. I can't say really this word of what love is, because inside it's so miraculous for it's all of us, not just me. But what was inside came out. I know the dictionary pretty well. I love encyclopedias. I love books. I love movies. And without this love, you know, I don't, because I can't say I know what love really is. It's too big for me. It's way beyond my comprehension. But I can see how it affects people, you know, with the smiles and the feelings and everything. So from my perspective, even though your bloodstream is running with hate or what we call love or kindness or all of it, kind of like look at it this way. And this would be good to do. Imagine there you are, you're lying down, you're going to sleep. It was a good day, a bad day, whatever. But then what you want to do is go into your blood vessels. You want to travel. You want to be a traveler, and with your imagination, of course, go into your blood vessels and travel to all the thousands of miles inside your body. You know, we have the imagination we can do this. That doesn't mean you're doing it, but if your heart is in it, you can find yourself traveling, like going down some highway, like New Mexico, Texas, Russia, Germany, you know, you're going through all these, you know, and you're travel. So it takes you down to your toes, these blood vessels, all throughout your fingers, your hand, and you're traveling like hell. I said, God, this is great. Wow, it just doesn't stop. You're going through, you know, capillaries, real small ones, and then you're going through the big veins. And what an adventure that is. We have the imagination to do that. Do it.
I'll do it.
I think we got here. You know, we're traveling through outer space at great speeds, this planet. And then the whole solar system is traveling through great speed. The galaxy is traveling through great speeds. What do you think we're doing? We're traveling at great speeds, actually. You know, not just inside, but externally too. That's got to make us think, to look at life differently. Look at life differently. And when you wake up in the morning, go with those beautiful hands of yours, touch. Go touch your child, your husband, your wife, your kids. You know, go touch the forks, the spoons. It's all amazing. It's so phenomenal to touch the world. Because one day we have to leave. That means we're going to be a lot more sensitive. Once we all have to pass away, we're going to be so hypersensitive, it's shocking. And it takes some time to get used to that other environment. So now that we are walking on a beautiful blue planet, touch. That will start to activate all the information from the external world into you, where you become more of this planet and not just America, not just a citizen. We're biological creatures, period. Period. Like all the other creatures on this planet. We're biological. I can't, the American part, yeah. We saw what happened in Washington, but those are stories, just stories that we make up. We are biological. And to start to walk with that, talk with that, touch your feet more, touch your hands more, your face. Yeah. Wow. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Such an honor. Thank you.
Yeah.
Heidi?
Hello.
Hello, Imaho. It's an honor to have a face to the name that Greg has been talking about. I'm with my husband, Jean.
Hi, hello.
We're in walking on the beach in the sun, a lot of experiences. I wanted to ask about something. When I was 19, I was ill and I was in the hospital, and I had a shift of my vision, and I suddenly became a very good artist, and I could draw, and it went away, and I let it go. But I didn't let go of chasing other things that I was trying, that shift in my eye, my vision. Recently, in the last few years, I had a loss of a child, and I went back to art, and I tried to capture the way that I saw. It was different. And it was pretty good, but it wasn't quite what I experienced. But the reason I'm telling you that is that there's a parallel to that chasing of a spiritual shift in my perspective that you described when you were 25 with the police officers. And I have done many different things similar to you, of different spiritual paths, to try, that's the word, to invoke this shift of perception into the simplicity that you're describing, and not very successfully, because I might say that I found that I was using it because I wanted to feel special. I wanted to be spiritually advanced so that I would be special or valuable or seen. And once I caught on that trick that I was doing, I was using it, I stopped. And the vacancy that happened, like, what's the purpose anymore? I didn't have a motive. I wasn't trying for something, right? What's the purpose? And although I'm glad that I'm here, but it's a little bit boring. I'm embarrassed to say, but that's once I'm not identified with the story, then it doesn't have the impact on me. It's a little bit boring or blasé. And what you're describing is not blasé about the normal. So I just wondered if you could speak to that. I hope I've been able to articulate this.
Yeah, sure. Okay. Listen to this. Hi, Joanne. Hi, Joanne. Hi, your husband, I guess. Hello. Yeah, good to see you. Yes, okay. Actually, in reality, there's no such thing as boredom. Nowhere on the planet, there is no such thing as boredom. It doesn't exist. Human beings created it. They created it. We try to recreate situations, stories, things that we've done, everything. If you can get that out of your head, things will change. As long as a human, an American or whoever, keeps this word locked up in their head, boredom, guess what's going to happen? Boring. It's boring. And you won't even know. No. You created something that does not exist. You know, I grew up with typical Americans, and boredom was everywhere. I got bored all the time when I was young. But once something happens where you begin to find your hands, your feet, you begin to have a different sense of yourself. That's called, well, slowly becoming awake of yourself. And very, after moment by moment, day by day, week by week, this word boring starts to dissipate. And once that is no longer in your mind, because we can create almost any scenario in our heads and believe it. So do what you can to eliminate this word boring, because it does not exist. Okay? Life, I tell you, it's life. It's full of fire. It's full of wow, light, darkness and shadows and wind and with sounds and people and everything else. And ooh, my leg hurts. Ooh, that feels, well, yeah, it hurts when it hurts, but you're with it. You're with it. You're not running from it. No such thing as boredom. And in time, you will find that will get out of, once it gets out of you, it's like walking out the front door or the back door for the first time. Yeah. 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 Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Oh, I hope I'm clear. You know, I
Yeah,
don't.
no, it's my story of boredom. I gotta let that one go too. Gotta find my feet. Got it. Thanks.
Okay. Okay.
And Imaho, just let us know anytime you have to go.
Oh, no, I'm fine. I'm fine. Okay. Yeah, I'm good.
Great.
Yeah.
Marta?
Let's see, Marta. Okay. Okay, Marta. Carson?
Marta, your hand's raised? Yeah. We can come back to her too. Anytime you want to just come, Marta, you're good. I had a student type in a question. Ever since Greg talked about the fire dance and I saw how Imaho prepared each rose, I was curious. The question is, what is the significance of the red rose?
Okay, the significance is that when I started the dance, I only had objects. It's what I call mesa. And I would put certain things, and all these objects that I had on there had to do with me, not with anybody else, because I have to go from a citizen to a fire dancer. And it's a good actor or actress being from a citizen, then they got to learn to really act. And that's what I had to do. And as these objects they were all very personal to me. I just had a feeling I would like to have some flowers to put on the mesa. And it took a year and a half, 2 years, because I was doing, let's see, how many fire dances a year? Could have been 30, 40 fire dances every year, but they all took place in Europe all this time. And so finally I got some sunflowers, the big sunflowers are huge. And that was a mess. It made a mess because they're sticky and everything, sunflowers. Then I found a small flower and that didn't work out. Then another flower, all kinds of different flowers. And finally I ended up with roses. red roses. And then the fire dance really took off because roses are enduring, they're strong, they're beautiful, they smell, they're strong. And that's what started the, when it came down to roses. So each rose to me is one person. And so I tried to always have quite a few roses, sometimes 40, 50 roses, but I put them together in a way that was beautiful. And so each person that would bring into the fire dance, I would give them a rose, because I cannot do fire dances for everybody on the planet. There are only so many people that I can bring into the fire dance. So one rose per person. And yet it became beautiful, even though there were sometimes 300, 350 people in the fire dance. Maybe only 40, 50 would receive a rose and the rest no. But that's how it is. Some of us, things happen and sometimes it doesn't. But the roses itself, it meant so much. And this is interesting. People, after the next time we came from America to Europe, and we would spend a total of almost 6-7 months in Europe traveling every weekend in another city dancing. Some of these people, they brought pictures from the roses they got from the last dance or the year before, and the rose that was, because all flowers, they wilt away. They don't put them in water, they just put them someplace nice. Well, some of these roses were sprouting a new spout on the rose, which was interesting. And there's no water, but they would spout a new stem. And then it was like, wow, what is that? Because they were dry, after so long. And that was interesting to see. So a lot of life from the human beings went into the roses. And that says a lot about us human beings. What we touch, what we inherit, things can happen, unusual things. Yeah. Roses.
Susan?
I'm so excited, Imaho, to get to see you and talk with you. I kept my roses and my rose petals, and they are kept in a very special place in my home. It's interesting because my friend Donna and I did the fire dances together. Donna flew in from Seattle, and she just asked the same question that I was going to ask, is when we watch the videotapes come back, there's these little blue fire energies that are in some of the pictures and some of the videotapes.
Yeah.
And it was interesting because Donna just took a picture of her recently when she was doing her fire ceremony, and there were little blue flying beings just like yours. Can you talk about them a little bit and help us to understand that?
Yeah. Out of the maybe, I forgot, almost 30 years of fire dancing, over 1,000 fire dances have taken place, and roses in most. These lights, I don't know, but people with video cameras have videoed a lot of the fire dances, and these lights appear. They come to where my hand has the rose or the candle in there, and unusual lights come, and you can see sometimes there's 5, 6 at a time, sometimes 1, 2, sometimes they're bigger, the lights, and sometimes they're smaller. I had no idea where they're coming from. Okay, because I know there's nothing but life out there, but it's in the microcosm. See, we live and exist in the macrocosm. The macrocosm are these big planets and big universes and everything else. And we became very, very tall. At one time, we were so small, smaller than, you could say, the size of an atom, because that's where we come from. We come from the microcosm. This is a macrocosm world that we're living in. And pretty soon we got to be very, very tall, and we're above 3 feet, 4 feet, 5 feet, 6 feet. These little things which appeared in so many fire dances, and nobody had any answers for this. I went to India, and I went to the part of India where they have the Buddha tree, the tree that the Buddha became enlightened under. During the night, in the evening, I was able to see these bubbles, big bubbles and small bubbles in the air. And it's dark out. And I saw thousands of these bubbles, and you could see like they're just running around. Nobody else could see these bubbles. So I took my camera and I took pictures of these bubbles. And now I have these pictures. See, the universe we live in, it expands and contracts. And they know that's what happens in our universe. It will one day contract. It comes and goes. It's like a breath of air, in and out, in and out, in and out, just like us. I get born, and then I reach an age, I have to go out too. And that is the nature of our life. And so these bubbles, which I know now what they are, these little bubbles flying around, yeah, there's just other beings coming to take a look. What the hell is going on here? You know, yeah, it's something, you know, it's like us all of a sudden hearing, you know, it's outside or it's during the day or during the night. And then there's a hill, and over the hill, we hear all these sounds, and you know, these lights go, let's go check. And so we go around on top of the hill, and we can see, wow, look at that, look at that, look at that. Well, that's what these other little creatures are doing too. You're curious too. They live in their universe, we live in ours. And one day we are going to be down to the size of an atom at one time. But that's our other world. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Meeting you has been one of the great privileges of my life. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Susan. Thank you, Susan. Yeah.
Thank you. God bless. God bless. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Megan?
I hope you don't mind me asking another question.
Oh, no, Megan. No problem. Okay.
You spoke so beautifully of women and them being the creators of life here on earth, and getting to know back when we were a fetus in the womb, and being a woman and on the cusp of, if I'm have afforded the opportunity, becoming a mother. You know, in this, on this earth, there are challenges to being the citizen, and you take responsibility for the people that you bring into this world. And I would just love to hear your take on speaking to our our children and how to show them the things that you shared with us today about staying present. Because I was a teacher, 2 and 3-year-olds, and we spent most of our day identifying things like what you mentioned, like, oh, that's your nose, and those are your toes, and that's a truck, and this is a plane. And I almost regret now not being able to teach those children how to be present with themselves. And I'm curious if you have wisdom on how to teach children how to get to know themselves, how to be present, how to really live life here in this world.
Yeah,
Thank
you know, okay. In Germany, in Berlin, I got invited to speak at a, it was a junior high school blend together. And so I spoke to 500 young people. And so I spoke in the way that like I'm speaking to you, but more with their language, you know, their language is a little different and their vocabulary is different. So I spoke their vocabulary and their language. But I spoke in a way that is looking through a young mind and not an old man's mind and not an adult mind. I spoke in the terms of a young mind so I could speak with them. No matter how old us human beings are, we have this ability because all those early years we still have in us, but most people throw it away. They want to be the adult. They want to be the supreme. They want to be this. So their language matches them. And so they have a hard time really diving and merging with these young people. And so when you go and listen to young people speaking to the friends of their age, it's wonderful and it's really beautiful to listen to. So we, as an adult, we have this ability to drop down, get away from the Mr. and Mrs. and be with them. Then their beautiful, tender little brain can listen to you because you're speaking pretty close to their language, but it's how you feel. It's just not the language so much, it's how you are. That they can feel. See, in time, as we get older and older and older, we start to separate ourselves from society and other people, except when you fall in love with somebody or this and that, because we start to become more and more isolated from a young life. So to educate ourselves, to go back and use that ability to speak where they're coming from. But it's the feelings, the thoughts, the sensations inside that can reach them. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Truly.
Yeah, you're welcome. No.
Annette?
Yeah.
Annette?
Let's see.
All right, we'll come back to her. Go ahead, Balaji.
Namaste, Maho. My name is.
Hello. Yeah.
I have a question. So you said spirituality is within us. And then I guess humans have come up with religions to understand the truth. And one of my teachers mentioned that because each religion has gotten one piece of the truth, right? So to understand the whole truth, do you give up religion, or how do you go about finding the real truth, if you will?
Okay, this word truth is tricky. If you really study words, and you look how truth is displayed in every home, in every country, a little bit differently. Truth is, there's a difference. And especially with the words, from India versus American versus France and whatever, the words, it's tricky, it's very, very tricky. So if you go and study this word truth, you will find different definitions, different ways of looking at it, because everybody's brain is not the same. Everybody's mind is not the same. We are all so individual as one human being, and the brain, it's not the same as everybody else's brain. It's not. We're all wired differently. And so when it comes to that, that's why we kind of have a hard time speaking to other people, even speaking to ourselves, because this word truth is tricky as hell. So truth is, it vanishes, actually. Truth can vanish. It can change color, it can change design, it can change this. And so this word, because it's so tricky, you got to be careful with it. So instead of using the word truth, just try to understand. See, everything is just a matter of understanding. Truth, oh my God, it can take you, it's a great word. It's like it's packed with a lot of dynamite in it. It's like, oh my God, I would love to have that package of truth. But when it comes down to every individual, it's going to be different. So if you can relax that, literally relax that word, you will find when it comes to truth, it's your eyes are looking at this world differently than other people. Your eyes are looking at the world different than your mother, your father, your brother, your sister, husband, child, whatever. Everybody is that different, that little difference. So when it comes to truth, you're going to get different interpretations, different angles and such. If you can relax that word more and more and more, you start to take in what the situation is to some degree. But we can never get it the same as somebody else, because our brain is wired differently. The technology of what that brain is going through, it's shocking, it's divine, it's beautiful. So when you relax that, you start, because it's how you walk. When there is snow or mud on the ground, and that person walks on the mud and you can see their footprint, everybody has a different footprint. Everybody does. And this is the gift of life, the individuality of each human being. And that's why when you have a word, you want to use a word that's more, associating with what you're trying to express, your feelings and thoughts and such with that. So I don't use truth. I used to a long time ago. And when I realized the implications of what this word truth does and the effects that it has, I had to just push it away. I don't have truth. I can say, I really don't know what truth is. Truth is, well, did you really do that? Us human beings we can be really great liars, and we can do a lot of pretending as hell. And so truth, you never know what's going to come your way or if it's coming out of you, you know. So I said, forget that. I'll just do the best I can with my feelings and my words and expressing what it is that what I have learned and what I have seen. Then I stay in the plateau, no matter if the person doesn't think about the spirit or God or whatever, they're just hardcore criminals or business people or whatever. I can speak their language. Yeah, because everybody deserves that respect. Everybody. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Wow, thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Jal? Jal?
Oh, her audio.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, there she is.
Namaste. My name is Tejal.
Yeah. Hello.
Hi. It is so nice to meet you. And I'm connecting with you. Feels like I've met you sometimes previously, but in this lifetime, I'm meeting you for the first time.
Wait, repeat that statement.
Feels like I have met you before,
Yeah.
but in this lifetime, I'm meeting you personally for the first time. And as you mentioned, like to slow down our speed, our brain, and our life. And being a spiritual or for the life purpose is oneness. So I don't know, guide me. And as you mentioned that Rose is transformed with a human love. You transform us with your divine love.
Yeah. You know, I love the word, you know, divine love, you know, from India. I really, Hindu I love, Buddhism I love. I even love the aspects of Catholicism, you know, all that of what it is to be a Sikh. I've had a lot of great teachers all over there. When I broke it down, literally start to break it down, my mind started to go slower and slower. It's like I'm walking slower. I started to be able to touch things very differently, quietly, softly. But I look at what I touch. One day, these beautiful fingers, yeah, they can write letters. They can, you know, do the alphabet. They can pick up a phone. Here's, I love walkie-talkies, you know, to get the expression, get the words out, get the situation out, instead of people living within themselves. We're so congested with so much going on in the environment. To get our brains and minds to slow down a little bit. And then we're able to pick up a different way of what it is we're trying to express or what we need to express out there, the situation. So when it comes to like this walkie-talkie, this is a good one. It's a real good one. It's like talking to ourselves, you know? Yeah, what was that you said? Oh, yeah, I remember. Okay. So we talk to ourselves, in essence. I talk to myself, but in a very different way than when I used to when I was a young kid. I listen to myself. And the more I listen to myself, I found myself, the more kind I become, the more attentive I become, the more quiet I become, because I'm listening to myself. It's not so easy to listen to other people, because their brain is different. They're trying to express, and I'd love to try and break it down to understand where people are coming from, what they're saying. But I can tell when a person said some words, said a sentence, but they want to say something else. We can hide from what we're saying with different words because maybe we're too embarrassed. Things somehow are not quite there. So we can hide, from that, from ourselves. So I want to know who in the world I'm talking to. Who is in front of me? I don't really try to guess. I just want for their words to come to me. And then I can better understand what it is they're trying to get out of me. We have such a great depth that comes all the way down into our belly that most of us don't go below our neck. So the words and the things and the feelings only reaches our neck and then it comes out. But when we can go all the way down into our belly and then to bring it up, what we are saying, there's a big difference in the language, in the communication.
Do you have any other advice for me, like personally? Like, I'm not able to put in the sentence or words, but I'm looking something from you.
Okay. All right. Give me some words.
Balance between my both life, spiritual and physical life.
Okay. Balance. Okay.
And some guidance for what I'm doing right now for my living. Something.
I gotta find out where you're coming from.
Okay.
All right, you talk about the spirituality inside and then the citizen. Okay, maybe this can help.
Okay.
When I am in a room, I'm a citizen with most people. I'm a citizen. I stay a citizen. I don't pretend to be anybody else. I'm just a normal citizen. When I walk into another room and I see there's a problem, I can be a psychologist. If I walk into another room and I can see this person, they're coming really from their heart, I become a counselor. Or if I walk into another room and I can see this person can touch the world differently. Most people can't touch the world well. It just touch, do this, do that, grab this, do this, grab that. But the more a person has ability and the feelings and the sensation to touch no matter what object, even themselves differently, that changes my tone. And I can start to walk with them, talk with them, feel with them. So it all depends on what room that person is in. Yeah, that's what a good counselor does, a good psychologist, a good psychiatrist does, a good doctor does, a good mother, a good father, and a good friend does. Okay? Yeah. Especially with children. You gotta change it because they're children. Yes. So it isn't that we have many different faces, is that we had developed the capacity to see who is in front of us. And then what words to speak. and how to touch the room and the situation with touch. Everybody's hand is so beautiful. Sure, sometimes it's rough, sometimes there's age, sometimes there's beautiful youth. So and even though people lose their hands because they're not in their hands, they're in their head too much, that's okay. But it's how you eventually can touch them on the shoulder, on the knee, and touch their hand can literally reactivate 10, 20, 30 years ago when they used to have touch. Yeah. So the touch speaks louder than words.
And then it has answered my lot of questions, but then how you switch back, then you pin it the different rooms, different areas, then you go back to your spiritual life or you go back to yourself, in other words?
You know, spiritual life, 99% of our day is basically American day. Okay. If it's in Mexico, it's Mexican. Okay. Or Russia, it's Russian. Yeah. We can't help that. The minute we get born in what country, we start to pick up all these other countries' innuendos, how to be, how to think, how to speak, whatever. And so, and pretty soon we're filled with that country's way of thinking and being and walking and working and everything else. Can't help it. It's just the way it is. So what you want to do is learn who's in that room and what country are they from? What kind of parents raised them? How lonely, how beautiful they are just being alone, or how fearful they are being alone. That's our job. So we can be with that person and that person can feel somebody is listening to me. Somebody is taking me in. Good to hear, good to see. Yeah, and that's our job. That's every human being's job, but most people don't do it. You know, it's just me, myself, and I.
Me, myself, and I. Yeah, that's it. Thank you so much.
Yeah, well, so let me go back. So most people actually, that's the way it is. Me, myself, and I. When you really understand it, then you use the word, it's us.
Yeah.
It's us, not me, myself, and I. It's us.
Yes. Thank you. And thank you so much, Greg, for a wonderful gift. Surprise. Thank you.
Yeah.
Jake.
Okay.
Hi, Imaho. Thank you for joining us. Nice surprise. I wanted to ask a question, which is perhaps a little more mundane. You know, I've been watching the news about what's going on or what happened at the Capitol a few days ago.
Yeah.
And sort of all of the things that have been happening politically this year and for the last several years. And Greg helped me with that actually a lot a few months ago because I was getting too caught up in the news cycle and feeling overwhelmed by what felt like craziness. And he basically just, you know, advised me, it was during a class, just to really sort of step back and not to engage as much because there's very little that we can do in our sort of personal lives on these big sort of national matters. And that really helped. But I still find myself wondering, like, what's going on? Like, I guess it feels so chaotic sometimes.
Yeah.
And seems like so many people are really angry and mistrusting, and you know, there's kind of like two sides that aren't listening to each other, and it scares me. You know, I was just wondering if you could offer some words of wisdom around that, if you could frame what's going on in our country in a way that might help us to understand or to provide some context, or, you know, because in a lot of ways, I think we're doing a lot of good things, like the relief package that was passed. I feel like, you know, people need help. Like, that's a good thing. You know,
Yeah.
we're being more inclusive of different kinds of people. And I think that's a good thing. But then there's this like backlash, and I don't understand it. And I was hoping if you could illuminate.
Sure. Yeah. I follow the politics very close. And I've been following politics ever since I was a teenager. And I love history very, very much, because history constantly repeats itself. Constantly repeats itself. Every now and then it goes quiet for some time, and then it pops back up again. This is very normal when it comes to human beings. Things are great when they're great and quietness, and then, you know, we get kind of fed up, and then pretty soon our thinking has changed, and it depends on a lot of the parents, actually. So there are many parents that they're not anti-American, but they have different understanding because their parents taught them differently and such. And so it has confused a lot of Americans, an awful lot. These people that went into Washington, I knew these people back when I was a teenager in Albuquerque. And I also met these kinds of people when I was in my late 20s in Montana. I met a lot of them. They have machine guns, they're ready to start a revolution. This has been going on ever since America started, actually, because many different kinds of people came to America, got conceived, got their own property, their own house, their husbands or wives or whatever, but their thinking somewhat stayed the same. So these people have been everywhere ever since they arrived from Europe. Nothing unusual, because a lot of the people that came from Europe too, they were criminals too. They weren't really such good people, but a lot of people came also to America. So it's nothing new. It's just that there's less communication, more communication, they talk amongst each other. So these people that lives up in the mountains, the pampas, the deserts, they like guns, you know, it's just that their education is different. So we have all kinds of human beings in America. We know that, we see that. The main thing is don't let yourself get upset at all. What you want to do is keep reading, follow, but you got to know the history that's behind it. Otherwise, you know, we get lost inside. And when you study, these things have occurred constantly, but in all the countries in the world, this has always occurred. Nothing unusual. And these people, like these people that ran over DC, they've been doing that since day one on this planet. It's nothing unusual. No special thing, whatever. It's just that we have more communication now, a lot of newspapers, and these people are able to communicate with each other. Because these people that went to DC, they came from almost every state in the United States. And they have been planning, talking about it, about breaking down the government and everything else. And I heard so much of this when I was in my late 20s in Montana. And these were, wow, these were people, they really mean it. Read about the past. Know the past and you will know the present pretty well. Okay? Don't take it to heart. Is that you stay steady as you can, educate yourself, so when something else comes your way, you're able to just be with it. You stay you. You stay the citizen that you have found yourself to be. And just know, yeah, 30, 40% of the Americans, wow, watch out. Watch out. They have a different thinking, you know, but they can't help it either. They're born with parents that teach them that, and then from one generation to the next, you know, and then they're all alone, you know, in the outside the suburbs of the cities and such. Yeah, it's not so nice. Yeah, I understand where you're coming from. But know the past very well, and you will know the present. Okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah. Yeah. Stay you. Yeah. And there are a lot of people just like you that wants the beautiful things that happen in America. And America is beautiful. It is. And there are beautiful people out there. But it's a smaller percent of these people that I don't think it'll ever change for quite some time.
Is it that they just, is it that some of these people they just sort of dislike the idea of someone controlling them? Is that?
Well, yeah. You know how easy it is to be psychotic on this planet? It's easy to be psychotic on this planet because we hunger, we get abused. A lot of people maybe don't like me, or, you know, they don't like my skin, or they don't like dark skin, or, you know, they're too hungry, so they get mad. There's all kinds, immense reasons why. We're all so different. It's shocking. It's really, really shocking, but it's unique because we're all so different. And that's the beauty of it. The uniqueness of all creatures on this planet. Look at the difference between the insects and the animals. They fight for land, they fight for control, they fight for food. Human beings are kind of like all the creatures too. We're not much of any difference. But the beauty of getting educated, getting to literally read of the past that has taken place on this planet, we can see the planet hasn't really changed. Human beings have not changed. No matter how many generations, no, we have not changed actually. We just become more highly educated. That's it. Yeah. So you can't blame these people, okay? Don't hate anybody. It's just understanding why people are the way they are. That brings a calmness to you, your body, and your mind.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome, Jake. Yeah.
And we do still have a few more questions. So again, just let us know when it's okay for you. Balaji?
Yes, namaste again, Imaho.
Yes.
So you mentioned about the fire dance, right? So I know it's COVID times now, but you still do the fire dance? And if so, would I be able to attend one?
Well, sure, sure, yes, yeah, yeah, sure. Oh, yeah, no problem.
Okay, great, thanks. And then where can I go to find more information?
Actually, I think it's going to be due to Greg.
I will keep them posted, Emo.
Okay.
Yeah.
Greg will post it, he said.
Okay, great. Okay, thanks again, Mom. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah.
I will also give them your website information.
Oh, yeah.
Both on our website, and we'll send out an email blast.
Yeah, if you look at the website, you'll maybe understand me a little better.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks again.
Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah.
Maisha?
Okay, Masha. Okay.
Hi, this is Bill.
Oh, Bill.
Greetings,
Okay.
Greg and Sam and Emo. It was a pleasure meeting you a year ago in Houston. It's wonderful.
Oh, yeah. I was wondering, where have I seen you before?
So, brother number one, when we talked that time.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
I was asking, my question is, I was looking at your website, I was reading the 108 Seeds of Fire, and what inspired you to write that book? A lot of the poems so profound and applicable even to today.
Yeah. After the fire dance, that's the only time I can speak like that. Immediately, I still have the bones on me. I've been dancing for an hour and a half, sometimes 2 hours. Wow. And so it just comes out of me. Yeah, it just, I can't stop it. But I cannot speak like that anywhere else.
Yes. I enjoyed it, and I enjoyed your experience in Houston, and it was so wonderful. And
Yeah,
I believe it's a year has gone by that fast. A lot has happened to me personally. However, I just thanks and praise your words, and Sam and Greg, and some of the teaching's been very helpful as well.
Yeah, good. Thank you. Good to hear.
Thank you. All right.
Yeah. Oh, nice.
Can Emo speak a little bit about the role of dark forces in current events? Black magic, Vatican, pedophilia, satanic rituals, etc., and the battle between the dark and light forces?
Yeah, I could. Yeah. Okay. All right. Oh boy. What do I do with this one? I have encountered pretty bad creatures and people. I have no fear of it. Beings are beings, and there's all kinds of beings, all kinds. And that's one of the beautiful things that we have learned to some degree about our universe. All kinds of beings, bad people, good people, scary people, evil, beauty, angels, saint, all of it. So I found myself just looking at the whole thing, the whole situation. Yeah. Without these minuses and pluses, because there are minuses and there's pluses. This is a universe of plus and minus, actually. It is low and high, okay? And when you look at it all, we can really get down low. I have been with criminals. I've seen what criminals are like. Wow, really pretty bad people. And I have seen beautiful, beautiful people in different heights, and this comes and goes. I get stories about neighbors that are like that. Some countries can be like that. Presidents, dictators, everything else. And this world is full of minus and pluses. The more you look at that and study it, it's plus and minuses. And sometimes we can get angry. Sometimes we can get disappointed and frustrated. Your job, every human being's job, as much as possible, is to look at this minus and plus. And don't do the bad and the good. Bad people can really be good people in time, and that happens a lot. And good people can really be bad people at times, and that happens a lot. We can switch back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. We all want steadiness to some degree, and sometimes we want mayhem, like what happened in DC. Sometimes we just give up, and sometimes we stand up and say no. But this is what a human being is like. Up and down, yes and no. I don't like you, now I like you. I used to love you, now I don't love you anymore. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. We play tennis back and forth a lot. It's yes, no, 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 yes, yes, all the time. We can smile, and then, wow, do we have a bad face, a mean looking face there. You see, all human beings have this. Insects have it too. Animals have it too. Animals, lions, they know they can protect an innocent calf because, they're not hungry now. They're not angry or pissed off. They can protect one that is not of their own. We've seen that. Alligators have been able to do that. There's an alligator in Africa that there was this young calf in this big river. The mother got over, they were both going through the river. So the mother made it to the shore, but the calf, the current was too strong. So this alligator came, got it, and dropped it off at the shore instead of eating it. So we have, you could say, the alligator in us when we're really angry and pissed off, and an alligator that is kind. I've seen birds do this. Yeah. All animals have this too, not just human beings. So it depends on your mood. It depends on how you look at it, as it is with all other beings, including the insects and the animals do. You decide. You decide how to be. That's up to you. This is a gift from life, a decision. You decide. And these other people too, they have that too. They decide. It's not to control people, it's to walk amongst people. I don't know if you understand what I just said, but
yeah, that was great. They could, they aren't able to unmute themselves, so they weren't able
Okay.
to ask directly.
Good. Yeah,
Um,
good.
Oh, she responded, yes, perfectly. Thank you, Imaho.
Okay, oh, good, okay. Yeah,
Peggy Bonefeld?
Hi there.
Peggy, okay, hi, hello.
Hi. I'm an Alabama elder.
Ooh, oh boy. Okay, Alabama, wow, you know, I've never been to Alabama, but a little bit in Kentucky, you know, yeah, Alabama, wow. Okay,
Okay, Greg, you and Sam have to explain how wonderful Alabama is.
oh, I have heard, I have a friend here that used to live, what's in that big city in Alabama?
Birmingham,
Birmingham, no, the other one, there was another one.
Birmingham, Montgomery, Mobile, Huntsville.
Yeah, maybe Huntsville, okay. Okay,
Anyway, this has been so much fun. Thank you. And I have come to my mantra is I control what I can control. So it makes my life a lot easier. But a lot of people, and I'm not, but a lot of people are really concerned about COVID.
yeah,
And I don't watch the news anymore, so it's okay. But throw something out there, if you will.
okay. You know, first of all, this word control, okay? If you educate yourself to eliminate this word control out of your vocabulary, unless it has to do with objects, controlling whatever. But if you use the word control to a human being's brain, a human being's mind, you're going to cause trouble because of what that word does. It's controlling. Nobody likes to be controlled. Not even your brain, not your personality. We just love, it's just good to be with people. But controlling people causes trouble. That word, it does. See, that word goes down subconsciously into the brain. The mind is recording it, but then it's, you know, okay, I gotta control. Nobody, not even me, likes to be controlled. But when the police come and they have to control, that's different. That's controlling because it's necessary. It helps. It keeps the public safe. But the parents should not control their kids. Educate, yes, but not to control their kids. And most of us in my early life, we were controlled and it caused problems. We rebel against it. So if you take that word and kind of, you know, get an eraser and kind of erase it away and find a way without using that word, it will help you a lot. It eases the tension. Yeah.
Well, when I say I control what I can control, I can't control anything.
Yeah.
So I'm at total peace.
Yeah.
Because I don't try. So yeah. I'm with you on that. Yeah.
Okay.
That's why I say that. No.
Okay. Okay. Let's go back to this virus and what's out there. Yeah, the information has been pretty good, but then it gets broken up, you know, with other people talking and other news, TV and such. Yeah, it can start confusion. It's just that everybody's mind is so individually unique. And it's because of their upbringing, we're not all caught up with each other, the same age, male, female, whatever. And then we hear one thing and that one sentence, that one word can cause us to relapse, you know, kind of disappear or get angry or fear can come in. Yeah, that's, yeah. So what I do, I stay quiet. I read a lot. I stay up with the news. I stay up with what's going on because I'm a citizen. And as a citizen, you could say, it's my job to really stay a good citizen and know what's going on with that. And so when it came to the virus, yeah, I could see most of the doctors, they had a good voice. And over the years, I had a pretty good ear to develop a good ear, what other people are saying, and pay attention to it. And if I don't have an understanding enough, I stay quiet until I develop an understanding of what is going on, what's taking place. See, I learned to wait. And most of the time, I find myself waiting because answers don't usually, even though it looks like a good answer, doesn't mean it's a good answer. So I wait and wait until I can see it's a good answer. As it is with what is taking place. I listen to everybody. I listen to see who is more sane and who's not so sane, who has fear in their words and who doesn't. Yeah, people that are kind enough to have a good hearing. And sometimes it's the hearing that doesn't hear well. And some people don't know it. So I got to break down who is standing in front of me, who am I listening to, and so I can be with them, talk with them, and not separate myself from them.
Yeah.
Good. Thank
So
you.
thanks, again, thank you for being here. This is wonderful.
Yeah, thank you, Peggy. Yeah. Well,
Nita? It says Donita on her screen.
okay. Okay.
Hello?
Yeah, just go ahead, Mika.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Hi.
Oh, there you are.
Hi. This has been amazing. Thank you so very much. The words, the energy, the kindness, the look, the eyes they touched my soul. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Donita.
You spoke about all of it. I have two simple questions. Simple. You know, having a strong mind.
How what?
Having a strong mind.
Okay.
The ability to let go of the past, the ability to let go of the stories.
Okay, I never let go of the past. Never. I love the past. I don't let go of the future. I love future, even though I'm not in future. I love the present. So the past helps me with the present. And it helps me better with my future that's always in the next moment. Future, next moment, future. Past, it's gone. But I like it because it has helped to make me my past. So the present, wow. And to be at peace with everything that has happened in the past. If you're not at peace with what has happened in the past, it causes problems in the present, and it could run over into my future. So, know the past. Know everything in the past as much as possible. The possibilities of human beings. The possibility of nature, of all the creatures, then I can stand better on the planet. My feet are on this earth. Take all three.
Okay. And that comes to which you answered, a guidance on how to being able to accept what is more.
Well, accept, This word accept is tricky.
I know.
It really is tricky. Yeah. I don't accept anything, actually, because of what that word can cause inside our thinking brain. I don't accept it. I don't use it. I used to use it all the time, but I found out it caused nothing but a lot of problems later on.
So what do you do?
I listen. And I do with what I can with what I listen, the words, the feelings, the thoughts, what's in front. Because we can be very, very complex creatures. And that's what we are, we're creatures. And the complexity can really be complex. Human beings can easily get shocked by their behavior or other people's behavior. All of a sudden, see, we don't really know ourselves. We don't. Yeah. We can be wonderful, super wonderful, beautiful, and then, watch out. Yeah. Yeah. So you learn to ride the waves going down on a river. Learn to ride it. And then all of a sudden a dam is released, and all of a sudden here comes a lot of water. Things happen on this planet. Yeah. Yeah. So learn to take the moment. Take it. Not fight it, take it.
Not accept it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Such a blessing, Greg. Thank you.
Yeah. You're welcome, Donita. Yeah. Yeah.
And someone else can't ask theirs, so I'll ask for them. Some believe that there's an energy shift happening on our planet, and all that what's happening is supposed to happen to bring about this change. Things like COVID, BLM hatred, the craziness in December in DC. Mother Earth needs healing.
No, Mother Earth doesn't need healing. Mother Earth needs to be very cautious of human beings. We're the dangerous one. It's not the virus. The virus, they've been living here long before most creatures. This is their home too. And these viruses, yeah, they're going to come and go maybe 100 years, 200 years, and then they erupt. Just like what happened in DC, they erupted too. But it's the human beings that are dangerous on this planet, not the viruses. They come and go. It's just we just need good minds to get good medications to stop their spread. But if you look at it, all the little creatures, they spread too. And just that, the earth we're changing it because of what we've done with our atmosphere. We are causing it. Viruses, they come every 100, 200, 300 years. That's normal for them. Because the planet is full of air and a lot of food, and every creature wants to live too, not just us. They have feelings too. Sure they do. Yeah. So the earth is got a problem, and that's human beings. And that's up to us if we want to help take care of it or not. Well, we're not really good at it, but a lot of people are really trying to make sure that the atmosphere gets better and better and better. There's no major thing taking place on this planet. It's just another day in the life of Earth. And it will always be like that, always. Yeah, but the Earth can't exist forever too. The planet eventually has to go to in time, like everything else. Just like us, we only get to live a short span and that's it. Yeah. This is almost like a holiday on this planet. It's like, you know, going to Hawaii, you know, and oh my God, this is great. It's beautiful. Until somebody doesn't like us, until somebody hurts us, until somebody runs away from us, you know? Yeah. Yeah, no, it's just another day on the planet of Earth. And we're very, very fortunate to have a day. Very fortunate. You know, it's a gift. It's a beautiful gift, you know, this time on this planet. No, if you want a spiritual change within you, be more human. Because that is the gift, to use the feelings, the blood, the nervous system, the brain, and the mind in there, and to really take advantage of this time that we have on this planet. Be kind to yourself. Be kind to yourself. Be kind to other people. You don't have to love anybody. You don't have to like anybody, but be kind to them. Okay.
Love it. Thank you. And Peter?
Oh, hey, Emo.
Let's see. I'm gonna find Peter. Okay. Yeah.
Hey. So everything, or mostly everything you've said, kind of has, I can feel it. I can. It's like I was meant to hear this. What you're saying here.
Yeah.
And it's kind of woken me up a little bit. It's kind of empowered me and inspired me. I think I'm not a spring chicken anymore, so, but sometimes I get too excited and like I want to do too many things. I love to do too many things, and I just kind of feel overwhelmed at times.
Yeah.
So that's one part of it. I'm not. It might take me a little while to formulate a question, but I'm trying to kind of give you an idea of where I'm coming from. I also have a lot of fear about opening up and just doing what I really want to do, and even fear of people, you know. And it's kind of like this, it might be similar to like the citizen and the one who knows, you know.
Yeah.
I feel like I know a lot, and I feel like I'm trapped in the citizen sometimes.
Yeah.
So if I was gonna kind of formulate a question, I guess it would be like, how can I live in this world more fully as to who I am?
Okay. Number one, the fear that you have does not exist, actually. It's not real fear. The main thing is because so many people are embedded with fear that is not real, disturbs and gets in their way of living well.
Yeah.
Okay. This is real fear. When a lion or a bear is chasing you, that is real fear.
Right.
Okay. That is important fear to have.
Right.
Very important. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, I'm pretty sure it's not a bear chasing you all the time.
No.
Or a lion.
No.
No, it's not. So you have to straighten that out.
Right.
You got to say, God, yeah, that's not real. So, and me too. See, I had that conditioning too when I was younger, that fear. But it took me quite a long time to understand what real fear is versus fear that I made up, or I believed in from somebody else or the situation.
Yeah.
It took me time to unravel that, really unravel it. It wasn't an easy thing because I had kind of like the same fear that is not real fear like what you're displaying. And it's not easy to get rid of. I know that. So I took time as much as I could every day to understand that. There's real fear and there's inappropriate fear. And this is what I call inappropriate fear.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it will disturb you, it will cause blood sugar, blood pulses to rise up and down, everything, because it's not real. You have to decide. Nobody else can do that for you. You have to decide what is real fear versus inappropriate fear.
So I think I can recognize that. Would it be like a matter of choice, like in the moment, or?
You can do it in a moment. It took me a lot more time, actually. I couldn't do it in a moment. I needed evidence. And I realized the evidence that I accumulated in time, there was nothing real about it. I just made it up because other people taught me and my ignorance taught me, my own ignorance, that what I could not understand.
Yeah.
So your inappropriate fear is not appropriate for you.
Exactly.
Yeah. You can change that, Peter.
I think I do have plenty of evidence, by the way.
Okay. But you got to stay with it.
Yeah.
Until you get that brain of yours to turn.
Right.
What is real and what is not.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. And so, you know, maybe that's where war movies come in. I've used it to help other people what real fear is. When you're in real war, that's real. And because there's guns, there's explosions, there's killing and whatever, that's real. Even though it's just a movie.
Right.
So use the movies to help you.
So
What
are
is
you,
real? Use the movies to help you.
so are you saying to be in a situation where there is real fear? Whether
Yes.
it's a movie, whether it's a real life situation or whatever?
Yes, use your imagination to help you with this.
Okay. All right. All right.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's no bears after you. I'm pretty sure. Even though you would be a good dinner for them.
I'll use that in my imagination to generate some real.
Yeah. I mean, our imagination is powerful. It's beautiful. It's a gift. Use it. Use it. Straighten yourself up with it. Use your imagination.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, Greg?
Hey, thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much, Imaho. Thank you for spending so much time with us, and thank you for everything through the years. Like, thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
sure. Yeah, see you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night.
Thank you.
Good night.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Imaho.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank
you so
everybody.
much.
Yeah.
you, Mahal. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
What a blessing.
Yeah.
Thank you, Imaho. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank
Great.
Do you know how to leave Imaho, or do you want me to
Thank
just
you.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I will leave. Okay. Thank you all.
love you, Imaho? Thank you.
Yeah, love you. Thank you so
Thank you.
much. Okay, you guys, thank you for spending so much time. I know we were going to go to break, but How about this? We'll come back. We'll still take an hour and a half break, and we'll come back for a last kind of closing session. So you can stretch, kind of rest, get some food, and we'll come back in an hour and a half, which will be 9:15 Central Time, 7:15 Pacific Time, and what is that? 5:15 Hawaiian time. Last little session. I hope you enjoyed the talk from Imaho. We're going to end with doing the meditation on the blue pearl. So we'll do it with oils, and then we'll at least get it started with oils, and then we'll do actually meditation that is taught in Astara. So with that, let's pull out some cistus. If you don't have cistus, you could try using frankincense or Cape snowbush. I think that should cover everybody.
Yeah, I think so. We'll find out in a second.
Yeah, lotus is okay. Sandalwood. Yeah, sandalwood could be okay. Thanks for hanging in there for a late night. I know for a lot of you, we're pretending we're all in Hawaii. Heidi and John and Robin and Yarrow, they're all actually in Hawaii. So we get to do it on your time this time. Robin and Yarrow get up a lot of times super early in the morning, almost borderline middle of the night sometimes to participate with us. So it's nice to do it on their time.
For those of you who are just getting in, it's cistus, frankincense, or Cape snowbush.
If you have like aloes wood or tuberose, you can use that too. Ginger lily, lotus. If you have something fancy, poplar, you could use the fancy thing. Hope you guys enjoyed the retreat weekend. A little bit different than some of the things we've done, but we've got to keep mixing it up a bit. Okay, so just close your eyes. Just kind of go within for a moment. Put your awareness on your heart and begin to inhale the oil. Move your awareness to the back heart, the area between the shoulder blades. Go to the forehead where the hairline is. And now the back head, opposite the eyebrows on the back side. Just let go, be still, keep your eyes closed. Again, to your back head. Long, slow, deep breaths. You're using the same oil. Your awareness is on your forehead where the hairline is. The back heart, the area between the shoulder blades. And the center of your chest, the front heart. Just be still, be aware, just let everything go. Keep your eyes closed. Just be still. Again, begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the front heart. Awareness is on the back heart, the area between your shoulder blades. Awareness on the forehead, where the hairline is. Your awareness on your back head, opposite the eyebrows on the back side of your head. Just be still, be aware, just let go. Put your awareness on the back head. Your forehead, where the hairline is. The back heart, the area between the shoulder blades. Just be still, be aware. And set down the oils, just be still, be aware. The rest we'll do without oil. Your eyes are closed. From the area between your eyebrows, start weaving a thread that goes through your head and out to the back side of your head. Connect the front to the back. The area between your eyebrows to your back head. Move your attention and awareness back and forth from the front to the back. Move your attention to the area above your right ear. Connect to the area right above your left ear. Move back and forth through your head, weaving a thread from one side to the other. Now, where the two lines intersect is the center of your head, the area of your pineal gland. Explore the area where those two lines intersect, waiting for a sense of peace. Hold your attention awareness where those two lines intersect. Gently and lovingly explore that area, waiting for a shift in consciousness. Continue to hold your awareness in this area as I chant the mantra. Maintain your stillness. Visualize about a foot above your head a six-pointed star, the Star of David. Brilliant, bright, six-pointed star of David. Just let go of everything. Keep your eyes closed, just let go. Gently return to your body. Wiggle your fingers, wiggle your toes. Return to your body now. I know we could have just done this right at the end of the session with Imaho, but I wanted to give you time to kind of process that and still have a little bit of time to have an in session there. So we have a little bit of time for questions and comments if you'd like, or if you just like to drift off and go to sleep, you can do that as well.
Greg, this was the best spa weekend of that I'm sure I've ever had. I don't even have to think about it. It really was the best and was such a beautiful gift. Bringing your teacher, and I was going to ask questions a couple of times, but other people asked the questions I was going to ask. So
yeah.
it felt like he talked to he answered each of the questions for all of us to hear, kind of a collective, kind of like how you see how you know what we're experiencing. It was very powerful and wonderful, and I'm sure we are all profoundly blessed by the generous time he gave us. And you and Samantha, you do a great job, and I really was a surprise.
Yeah, it was quite the surprise.
Yeah, it
You know,
was beautiful.
he usually only teaches in Europe, and so he's been here in the U.S. I mean, he lives in the U.S., but he travels a big portion of the year for the last 2 decades in Europe, and does 4 and 5 day workshops, and then goes to the next weekend and does the same. And so you really can't tell with talking with him tonight, but about 2 years ago, he had on the lining of his brain, he had several large tumors.
Wow.
And so the left side of his brain has actually been crushed. And you can't even tell.
His right, his right side
his
took
left,
it all.
Yeah, his left side was completely crushed. And so, he has, he remembers a lot of things from the past, but, there's things that he doesn't quite remember, because of the tumors. And
You
so
can't
he actually
really
he still has a few tiny little tumors that are not growing. So,
Well, we have learned that you can lose a hemisphere and the other hemisphere picks it all up and relearns it.
Yeah.
So that's awesome. Well,
like
it
you'd
was
never know it by talking with him and
No.
interacting with him.
It was very profound. Thank you.
Yeah, he's a very sweet man.
Yes, the best.
Yeah.
Thank you. Oh,
Anybody else have questions or comments? Or I know it's been a long day and it's late, but I want to be available
Hi,
for you.
Greg.
Hello.
Well, this was like an amazing New Year's gift. Thank you very much.
Good.
And yeah, I think that I share the same with everyone. Like most of the comments they were saying, like it was just like so much energy of love or
Yeah.
what we think or what we feel it's love.
Yeah.
And I felt like if he was like somehow like healing me, I was like, wow, what is this that I'm feeling? And I was wondering, is he part of a shamanic tribe or something, or just?
He would say that he just, like had his realization. He's Native American, but his teachers were Buddhist, Nyingma Buddhist, which is in the similar lineage of Master Choa. And I'd actually had several conversations with Master Choa about him. I was always trying to get them to meet each other, but they both had really busy schedules. And I'd actually lost contact with him over a period of time because I knew him only in California. And it's this really interesting story. I was in my 20s and we were at a retreat, and kind of towards the end of a retreat, he pulled me aside and he said, a teacher hasn't found you yet. And, I really didn't know what to make of that. And, I was really kind of searching for something, and I didn't know even what that meant. And I really kind of just settled down into myself with that. He was going to Europe, so I wasn't going to get to really see him very much anymore. And I didn't really know what to make of it. And then shortly after that, I met Master Choa. And Master Choa came up to me the first time I met him. It was in a crowd of about 500 people. And he came up and he said, I have not met you yet. And, you know, then I had my time with PH. And the last time I saw Master Choa, he did this really odd thing. He, you know, I was walking around with him, you know, because I would kind of keep a little perimeter around him. So, you know, there was times where I was always around him, but I was being quiet, and, you know, he wasn't always talking to me. He was talking to other people, and I would just kind of, you know, keep people at a distance if he needed it, and, you know, just stuff like that. Really boring things. And Master Choa pulled me aside the last time I saw him, and he pulled out a map of the US, and he kept running his finger over the map like this. And he finally circled it down to Santa Fe, New Mexico, up to the border of Colorado. And he said, you should move here. And then he just walked away. And I was like, oh, okay. You know, and the teacher told me to do something, and, you know, it was going to be a big kind of monumental move. Like I was living in Southern California at the time, and I didn't know what to make of that. And then he left the body, so we didn't get to have a conversation about it. And so, you know, it took me a few years to kind of pull everything together, and I finally moved to Santa Fe. And, you know, I'd lived there for about a year. And I was driving around town one time, and I looked up in my rearview mirror, and there was Imaho. And the last I knew, he was in Europe. I didn't know where he was at. We looked on the websites, it was only European dates and everything. And so I pulled around, and, you know, we chatted, and it was really odd that Imaho sent me to Master Choa, and then Master Choa sent me back to Imaho. And so, you know, I don't really think that was a coincidence for me. And so I feel very blessed in both directions. You know, he helped me understand pranic healing in a way that I don't think I would have done otherwise. And pranic healing helps me to understand things he's talking about that I don't think I would have otherwise. And so they're really complementary. They're actually from the same lineage. It's just Master Choa is more from the, like you would call it, the occultist point, where it's a step-by-step process. And Imaho is much more of the mystical side, you know. And so I think that's what you're talking about, is the shamanic side. Very strong shamanic tendencies in him. You know, he's had many, many different teachers. One teacher was a teacher that I never met. Yeah, he had actually met the teacher, but I used to have a picture of this Tibetan Lama that I knew of, that I had on my wall. And so we always were kind of spinning around each other's circles, so to speak, you know. And the temple where he was trained, the Lama that he was trained by, is in Central California. And there's a large statue of Padmasambhava there. And it's where sometimes the West Coast pranic healers will go sometimes to hang out at that temple, you know, just for like a couple hours or something because of the statue. And so, you know, it's just interesting how these things overlapped with each other. And I gave him all 8 degree lessons of Astara, and I gave him a bunch of books of Master Choa, and God, he sat and read them really quickly. And we've had very involved conversations about, you know, both Astara and Master Choa, and you know, some of the Kabbalistic writings from King Solomon. And you know, he's very, very well versed in Hinduism and Buddhism, and so yeah, he's an interesting guy to know.
Very,
Yeah.
very interesting and loving.
Yeah,
Thank you for
super,
the gift.
super loving. I mean, it's every time I'm around him, like it's like I'm in another place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you for that, guys.
Yeah.
Thank you very
Yeah,
much.
my pleasure. My pleasure.
Thank you.
And you guys didn't even see him fire dance. Well, some of you have. The fire dance will blow your mind. I'm not joking. He sticks his hands in fire for long periods of time. Like it's not something that's very possible, but it's possible. Yeah, it's incredible to watch.
Yeah, when he talks to you, he's with you.
Yeah, oh, he's super
And
present with you.
really strong love just coming through. But so thank you for that. God,
Yeah.
he's a precious man.
Isn't he?
He's
He
precious.
Yeah.
And full of joy. I mean,
He is a happy guy.
Yeah. And this was a different topic, but can you give me about a minute on the Blue Pearl? Because that's a new thing for me, number one. And number two is when I was visualizing the strings going across, I had the cutest little critters that were using it for a trampoline. They were having so much fun. I was laughing and it was joyful. So
good. So the Blue Pearl is the mental permanent seed that's located inside the pineal gland. And it's how we process energy and information from the higher soul. And so when you put your attention and awareness there, you'll have a sense of peace. The thing is, it's a little bit harder than a normal meditation. When you do like meditation, when you do your heart, your crown, or sustained awareness, you're having expansion of consciousness outside of the body. You know, consciousness is leaving the body and expanding and then comes back into the body. When you do meditation on the Blue Pearl or on the inner nod is what they refer to it in the Stara, meditation on the soul, you know, some version of that. You're actually having expansion, but within the form. So it's a little bit slower to have happen, but the expansion is very different. Like you feel very present. Like I think Channing was asking earlier, like, how do you like hold space? And that's the best way that I could say is like you're kind of doing that where you're expanding, but you're in the form. Like you're kind of consciously aware, but expansive all at the same time. That's meditation on the Blue Pearl and meditation on the soul.
gotcha. Thank you.
Yeah. It takes a little bit of practice sometimes. We are going to continue to do it. We're going to do it again in the Sacred Fire class coming up at the end of the month. And, you know, we'll be practicing it in some of the Astara study groups and things like that. And so, yeah, we'll be doing it a bunch. Anybody else?
Yeah, go ahead, Megan.
Hey, Megan.
Hey there, guys. Wow. I just, you know, there's no words. I'm so grateful. What a surprise.
Yeah.
You know, I see so much beauty in the relationship there. And you mentioned, you know, holding space has kind of been part of this weekend, but
Yeah, it wasn't the intention, but I think it came up. And so, like, why not run with it, you know?
you know, he held space for us.
Like nobody's business.
Exactly. It was remarkable. And you know, just that love that was radiating from him and the joy from me, and then seeing you, it was hard to hold it together.
Yeah.
Just so grateful.
Yeah, I tear up around him a lot quite often.
I
You,
could
you know,
see
not in a
up
bad
to
way.
your heart.
Like, you know, it's hard not to.
No,
You know, it's like what he was saying, like you have these moments where it almost like shocks the brain a little bit. You know, it's such a drastic change or something falls away. And, you know, we've had some really, really deep conversations about things. And, you know, it's just, he sees things very, very differently. I was very fortunate to meet him when I was young and still, what's the term? My head was still up my butt. He really helped pull me out of that.
Well, again, I'm so grateful. I did have a question for you.
Sure.
We spoke a little bit about it yesterday about when our higher soul speaks to us and there are those
Mhm.
whispers.
Mm-hmm.
And my question, I guess it's two parts. One is, you know, that is becoming further developed for me.
Good.
And tapping into that is becoming easier. But I guess with what we do here, would the Blue Pearl be something to do to aid in
Yeah,
that development?
the
Or
Blue
is,
Pearl, but also things that are activating to the heart. You know,
okay.
because even when you do things that are activating to the heart, it makes the Blue Pearl easier.
Okay.
It's almost like the Blue Pearl almost just starts to happen almost on its own, kind of. And so sustained awareness is a real big key to that. You know, like when we were doing the Lama Yoga or Dion from you know, PH, that is a really big key to that. Like if you really can develop that sustained awareness and are able to start, well, not start, but keep kind of able to keep going inward, the Blue Pearl almost happens on its own. But the Blue Pearl accelerate the meditation accelerates it. But it's really tied to the heart.
And is there, obviously this spa weekend has done so much towards that. It's like it was paid for me this weekend. I'm so
Good, I'm
grateful.
glad.
Is there another class that we have that we've done this that I just can't think of at the moment?
There's the States of Oneness class that we've taught a few times. That's a good kind of like setting the groundwork and prep work for doing meditation on the Blue Pearl. And then the Sacred Fire that's coming up at the end of the month is like almost the next phase of that.
Okay.
The other thing that you could do would be the angel work. The angel work is tied very much to the same mechanisms.
Do you have a personal recommendation for me for what angel packet to work with?
You know, like that 1 through 4. You know, we did 3 and 4 were free, and we are going to not next weekend, but the following weekend we're going to do an angel review on Sunday, the 24th.
I'll be there.
Tap into that, and just start working the classes. Like they, you know, I still go back and do the Angel 1 class. I mean, I do it on a pretty regular basis, kind of. And, you know, I just kind of keep working through 1, 2, 3, 4, and then some variations, and then go back. And we're going to do some variations that were not in any of the classes, and then we'll touch on some things that were in classes. The other thing is, you know, that thing that we did, when was that? Was it yesterday? I can't remember now. where we use the sage for the basic, and then the arms and the legs, you know, the joints.
Yeah, where it calmed everything down.
Yeah, where it's just brings a mass amount of stillness. That's a really good thing to do as well. Like if you only have, like you could knock that out in 15 or 20 minutes, you know, where you could have a good experience and then boom, take off and do your day or something, or in your day. If you had 15 or 20 minutes and that was it, fire that one off.
Beautiful.
I do that one a lot. I do that one with oils, and I do it with healing. You know, sometimes I do the same version of that, but I clean the arms and legs and the basic. And so I go
Okay.
back and forth between the two.
Yeah, elementals and energy.
Yeah, elementals, motion, you know, thoughts, emotions, you know, all kinds of things. Psychic attack stuff gets stuck in your arms and legs. I mean, it's shocking how much gets stuck in the arms, legs, and spine.
Wow. Thank you.
It also helps you to be more aware. You know how he was talking about being more aware of your hands and your feet? It helps you to be more aware of your hands and your feet, because if you look at it from a point of view of like a clinical thing, you know, he's saying it in a kind of a mystical sense. Your hands and your feet are tied to your ability to check out. You know, when you're not being present, it has to do with energy stagnation in the arms and legs and poor circulation in the arms and legs. And so when he's saying pay attention to your hands and your feet, it's a way to become more present in the now. You know, there's therapeutic ways of addressing it, but he's talking about just using your focus and awareness and intention of being aware of your hands and your feet. And there is physiology that backs up what he's saying.
Thank you for tying that in. That's very helpful.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Sue. Would it be because your soul chakras pull in earth energy? Would be one reason?
It's just the energies get stuck in the arms and legs and cause a thing called dissociation. And so you just like, you know how like when you sit in a dentist chair and it's been an hour and it felt like 5 minutes, that was tied to something that happened in your arms and legs. And so it's not just the earth prana that's coming in, it's elementals, it's emotions, it's, you know, it's thoughts, it's energy from other people. It's all kinds of energy stuck there. It's just the energy is stagnant in the limbs. It actually is talked about in one little tiny short paragraph in, at least in the old pranic psychotherapy book. You know, he just barely mentions it, but yeah.
Cindy?
Hey, Cindy.
Thanks for this fabulous weekend. It was funny because I started crying and then he starts talking about crying.
Yeah.
It was like perfect. Actually, her question brought up a question for me. When the energy is stagnant in your arms and legs, does that, and now I guess it's more like, I'll just explain the personal thing. I have a lot of movement in my arms and legs. And I used to dissociate all the time, and I probably don't do it so much anymore. So is it related that kind of energy is trying to release itself with all that?
Yeah, or it's just circulating to a much higher degree than what you're used to. But I used to check out pretty heavily when I was young, and to the point where I developed substantial knee issues, just like overuse issues, but with the knees, you know, from repetitive movements. And it wasn't even an injury, it was just repetitive movements. And when the arms and legs, that energy opens up, it changes the way you think. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, that's interesting because the pattern, the movement has changed. Before it was just like this repetitive, and now it'll be jerking out of nowhere, an arm.
Yeah. When I was spending a lot of time with the old school osteopathic guys, they would, I kind of got it. I didn't get it the way they got it, but I kind of got it. They would almost like evaluate somebody's personality by the way they moved their limbs when they would walk and stand. And they were pretty right on the money most of the time. And so, you know, we don't think of our arms and legs that much when it comes to, you know, our normal everyday life, but yeah, it's definitely a form of expression.
Well, I can see that, you know, if we think of swagger.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
Yeah.
thank you for this weekend.
Yeah, I'm glad, and I'm glad you got to ask him questions, and good for you.
Huh. I know. Coming out of the shell.
Yeah, you are. It's good to see.
Deanna?
Hey, Deanna.
No, was that not on purpose? All right. The mugwort technique, can that work for dissociation?
Mugwort. Yes, that's what actually it's for. Is for dissociation. Yes.
Castor oil, can that be used as a carrier oil?
Castor oil can be used as a carrier oil. It's kind of thick and sticky. It's a very strong orange prana. Well, strong for an like a carrier oil. So it doesn't always blend well with all oils. You know, think of it as being good for things that are cleansing in nature. You know, cleansing and anti-inflammatory.
Peter?
Oh, hey, Greg. Hey,
Thank you.
that was awesome. And
Yeah.
also the prep work you did for us prior to when Imaho came on, that was really kind of cool for me, because I was in a different state when I saw this strange looking man on the screen like that.
Yeah.
I was just so open to his energy, even though
Yeah,
I didn't know who he was. It was cool. And it was interesting that he started talking about the feet, because right at the break before that, I went out I took my shoes and socks off and went out into the field next to my house and just took a walk around the field in my bare feet.
Wow.
And I do that once in a while, but not real often, but it felt
Right.
so wonderful. And then here he was talking about the feet. It was kind of cool. Interesting synchronicity. Yeah. Yeah, that's great.
Good. I'm glad you got to interact with him.
Yeah.
On the website, the Kalahari oil, what's that for?
That is a carrier oil that is a very strong blend of oils that are anti-inflammatory.
And what's in the Angel Cornel blend?
Cornel is tarragon, lavender, bay laurel, marjoram, frankincense, vital, fir balsam, and basil.
For balsam, what was the last one?
Basil.
Basil. Okay. Anybody else? Otherwise, we'll call it a night.
Thank you guys so much for taking the time this weekend and spending time with Imaho. That was kind of a win-win. Like, I've been wanting him to interact with you guys for a while, and it just all worked out this weekend. So
Thank you for the precious gift.
Yeah, my pleasure. I'm going to try to have him more when he is able to start, when we're all able to start having more like gatherings. I'm going to start bringing him to different areas when I come.
Bring him to Alabama.
Yeah, we've talked about Birmingham, so yeah. You know, it just depends on you know, schedules and, you know, one not tax his body too much. So.
Greg,
Thank you so much. It was amazing.
Yeah, I was thrilled that I was hoping, like I thought, yeah, he might take about an hour. And boy, he was going to go until you guys were done. That was great.
it was a beautiful gift.
It was.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Greg. This
You're so welcome.
Samantha,
So
this was
welcome.
amazing. And you know, you were talking about the presence. His presence just when
It's just mind-boggling.
yes.
Yeah, it is mind-boggling.
Before Samantha even mentioned about the video, as soon as he spoke and I looked into his eyes, I knew that I had to turn the video on.
Yeah.
It was just this like a message straight away, and it was just incredible. So thank you so very much, Greg.
I think we have some video of where you can see those little energy beings. We'll try to figure out a way that we can try to maybe play them for you guys on one of the study groups or weekend classes or something.
And the fire dance, can you bring him to Sarasota?
Yeah, actually, Sarasota is one of the areas that we talked about. We talked about 4 kind of preliminary areas, and you know, the intention was actually last year I brought him to Houston, and we were going to start having him come to several areas for the year, and so you know, I kind of approached it. You know, had a little bit of selfish intent. Is I didn't want to have to go to Europe to see him, so I was like, hey, let's get you here to the U.S. And I didn't actually know about the brain tumors, and so you know, he's probably not going to go to Europe very much anymore. And so we have him here in the U.S. and he really has no network in the U.S. because he's always been in Europe. And so we are going to be his network. So you guys are going to, when things open up, you guys will get plenty of chances to be around him.
Where does he live?
He lives actually in Santa Fe.
Okay.
That's why when Master told me to move to Santa Fe, like I was like, why Santa Fe? Like you know, I love Santa Fe. I love New Mexico, but I was living in Southern California. I had no idea what he was talking about. When I got there, I was like, I love Santa Fe. It's peaceful, it's quiet, it's beautiful. And I just kind of sunk into Santa Fe, and I was like, I don't understand why you wanted me to move here, but you know, here I am. And then about a year went by, and you know, after that I started running into him around town all the time. Yeah, and so yeah, it was just a way of reconnecting me with my you know, older teacher.
His energy is almost like angelic. It's so smooth. I mean, it's like he's an angel, or I mean, not that I know any angels.
You should see him in the fire dance. Like you guys got a good taste of him right now. The fire dance is, it's just mind-boggling. And he makes these candles, like, because a regular candle, the flame's not big enough. So he has these big fat candles that has 7 wicks. 7. So it has this big flame on it, and his hands in the flame shooting up his arm for long amounts of time. And there's no burn on his hand. Yeah. Like he's very present like now, but when he's dancing, the level of presence is times 10. It's really mind-boggling.
Yeah, I was there last year.
Yeah. Yeah, some of you guys came over from all over, actually. Even like Austin and Houston, but some of the people from Birmingham and Seattle. Christy came out from Louisville. Yeah, people from a lot of places came out. He'll be dancing when everything opens up. We'll have him in a few places. Yeah, definitely.
We'll have him in Santa Fe and he doesn't have to travel then.
He did one in February and then COVID happened. And so I'm sure he'll have one in Santa Fe as well.
Sorry, Susan, just so you know, I think the video we have is actually of you. If it's okay with you if we share it.
Which
oh, sorry, Susan Christensen. Sorry, Sue. She may not be in right now. Oh,
Yeah.
I just figured for sharing with the big group, I should.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead, Letty. Thank you. Thank you,
Hey,
Letty.
Letty.
Hi, Greg and Sam. Yeah, that was really great. It was good to see him again also. And I went back to look at my video because I was wondering if there was any of those blue lights everyone was talking about. But I think when, I guess it just happened during different times because I looked back at my video and yeah, I didn't see any blue lights. So I was kind of like just checking.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was curious. I was kind of curious about how he handles that fire because I felt like during that time, that's all I kept staring at. I was like, how is he doing that? How is that fire just on his back of his arm, you know? And
it's shooting up his arm. It's like it's the very first time I saw him dance. After the dance, like everybody was, starting to scatter. This was in California, back 25 years ago or whatever. And I walked up to him. I go, I need to see your hands. Like I need to see your hands. Like I just.
Yeah, I felt like the whole time I was just so focused on that. I was like, oh my God, how is he doing that? And then also at the very end, how he outdanced all of us. I was like, oh my God. I felt really like, wow, I cannot believe this man has outdanced all of us. We were exhausted and we were like sore the next day. But it was amazing though. It was the most it was just amazing. I'm so like grateful to have met you. I'm so grateful that you're in my life because I don't think none of this, I would have never experienced any of this. Yeah. So thank you so much.
My pleasure.
And I just have one quick, just a quick question on the side, because I guess I never got an answer from y'all. Were y'all gonna need any of the booklets for next weekend?
Oh, if you can pull them off. We'll get you an address. We'll get you an address to drop them to.
Okay, because I think I have an address to somebody, because it's not gonna be Anthony Kell anymore.
Right, we have somebody different.
Yeah, I think it's who you sent to last time. I think you sent it to Michelle last time, and that's fine.
I think we ended up not sending anything the last time. I'm not sure what happened, but I think I'll look for the address. Or we did?
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
I think we did, yeah.
But we'll just work out those logistics by tomorrow for you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, and thank you so much, Letty, for all you do.
Seriously, thank you.
You are a rock star.
Thank you, bye-bye.
If we were in a band, you would be lead guitar.
Mm-hmm. Greg would be on vocals.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I'd be on tambourine.
That would definitely be the drums.
I like our band.
Speaking of next week, the venue works out to have people show up and be in person.
Yeah.
It's a large enough space that can hold up to 20 socially distanced.
Yeah.
Oh, great. Okay,
Yeah.
perfect to see you there.
Yeah, and I think we got you guys the address, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
I sent it out through the email too, just because I wasn't sure if anybody else had it.
Okay.
Yeah. Perfect.
Yeah, that's great. I've always wanted to check out the Mind Spa.
Yeah, we'll see you in a few days.
Yes, you will. All right. Thank you. And I just emailed you, Sam, the
Plant Prana Q&A.
Q&A.
And Plant Prana Calendar at gmail.com. But Plant Prana Q&A on Facebook, if you're on Facebook, is great. That way everyone can see the answers. And a lot of you guys are really knowledgeable as well and have taken a ton of Greg's classes. So things might get answered a little faster that way if it's in somebody's notes.
So but
Okay.
I'll send you that. I don't know that I've ever heard of it being on the head. That I'm very curious to see how the treatment goes.
Yeah, that's why it's called dissecting cellulitis. It destroys the hair follicles and everything. So,
Wow.
yeah, I mean, I put in the oils that I thought to use, but I second guessed myself, I suppose.
Yeah, that's a really hard one to treat. But let's see if we can't come up with some things for you to be able to fine tune your treatment with.
Yes, that would be great. All right, I get up in 5 hours, so
Okay.
I'm going to check out. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Greg.
Okay, you
Really
guys.
enjoyed it.
Yeah, my pleasure. Love you guys, and I'm glad you could join us this weekend. And I'll be seeing you guys in a couple of days on Tuesday.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Take care.
Bye.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next year in Hawaii.
Yes,
Yeah.
definitely.
This year in Hawaii.
This year in Hawaii.
Yeah.
You heard it, Robin. You heard it.
I heard it. I heard it. Getting the place ready for you.
Thank you.